question.
After we're done with the debate, do we ask questions to each other?
Yes. So after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible technology that we could put in the classroom.
The AP test that you guys are going to be doing your practice on.
I'm not usually able to hear if I'm in the back of the class, and being able to have the microphone helps if there's people working on other projects and such. Being able to have the microphones sitting out in the flex space here, can help, and we can ask her questions through that so she doesn't have to get up and leave the class.
Are you stuck between 2 answers?
I'm stuck between 2 answers. I have a question about one of the vocab words.
Go ahead.
I can hear their conversations. I can drop in. They can ask questions. It stretches out your reach and allows you especially to reach some of your kids who might be afraid to speak up in a larger context.
I like to just talk to her in this so that it can kind of be like private.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
And a lot of times when you walk up to a group, the group stops talking or the dynamics change completely. When you walk away from that group, it takes a lot of energy for those brains to get back on track. And with our pods, they're able to check in from afar, and then they know whether they need to intervene or just back off.
Rooms are quieter. The kids are much more engaged in what's going on in the classroom because they can hear and they can work in groups. And then they have their teacher button push away. So the teachers are really, really loving it.
The active panel actually lets you do real life things on it, and it's basically a big whiteboard but with a computer setting. The active panel also allows students to write on it. There can be up to 2 to 3 students on the active panel writing at the same time, and they're able to actually see their stuff that appears on the board.
Once we come in and we show them the interactivity, like how they can pull up a 3D model of something, they can see an actual heart beating from every angle, and then they can zoom in on the different parts of it. I mean, what kid's not engaged by that?
The students log into the ClassFlow site and then use their teacher's code, and they're connected to whatever the teacher has up here. So it's like a way they can communicate.
With ClassFlow, when you get to learn from each other and you kind of understand more what's going on, because everyone's kind of more interactive.
It's way easier for everyone to connect, because when you're raising your hand, the teacher doesn't have enough time to call on all of us, but when you use ClassFlow, everyone can write their own response.
I can take a poll and actually send this card onto their screen, and they can answer it from there. So they can take their friends' questions and actually send it back on to them, and they can talk more about it and expand their knowledge with each other.
After we're done with the debate, do we ask questions to each other?
Yes. So after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible technology that we could put in the classroom.
The AP test that you guys are going to be doing your practice on.
I'm not usually able to hear if I'm in the back of the class, and being able to have the microphone helps if there's people working on other projects and such. Being able to have the microphones sitting out in the flex space here, can help, and we can ask her questions through that so she doesn't have to get up and leave the class.
Are you stuck between 2 answers?
I'm stuck between 2 answers. I have a question about one of the vocab words.
Go ahead.
I can hear their conversations, I can drop in, they can ask questions. It stretches out your reach and allows you especially to reach some of your kids who might be afraid to speak up in a larger context.
I like to just talk to her in this so that it can kind of be like private.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
And a lot of times when you walk up to a group, the group stops talking or the dynamics change completely. When you walk away from that group, it takes a lot of energy for those brains to get back on track. And with our pods, they're able to check in from afar, and then they know whether they need to intervene or just back off.
Rooms are quieter. The kids are much more engaged in what's going on in the classroom because they can hear and they can work in groups. And then they have their teacher button push away. So the teachers are really, really loving it.
The active panel actually lets you do real life things on it, and it's basically a big whiteboard but with a computer setting. The active panel also allows students to write on it. There can be up to 2 to 3 students on the active panel writing at the same time, and they're able to actually see their stuff that appears on the board.
Once we come in and we show them the interactivity, like how they can pull up a 3D model of something, they can see an actual heart beating from every angle, and then they can zoom in on the different parts of it. What kid's not engaged by that?
The students log into the ClassFlow site and then use their teacher's code, and they're connected to whatever the teacher has up here. So it's like a way they can communicate.
With ClassFlow, when you get to learn from each other and you kind of understand more what's going on, because everyone's kind of more interactive.
It's way easier for everyone to connect, because when you're raising your hand, the teacher doesn't have enough time to call on all of us, but when you use ClassFlow, everyone can write their own response.
I can take a poll and actually send this card onto their screen, and they can answer it from there. So they can take their friends' questions and actually send it back on to them, and they can talk more about it and expand their knowledge with each other.
After we're done with the debate, do we ask questions to each other?
Yes. So after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible text.
Hi everyone, and welcome to CyFair EdTech Live. We are so glad that you are joining us on this beautiful Saturday morning. We've got a great lineup for you. I'm Todd Sepulveda. I am the Curriculum Management Systems Coordinator. That is a long title for iExplore Coordinator. I am joined with the CyFair EdTech team. We're spread all over Northwest Houston, CyFair in Katy. Those of you who work in CyFair know that we normally do this at the district office, but this week they are doing some maintenance on the internet and on our network. So we figured out what we needed to do. We spread out all over town to make sure that we can continue bringing CyFair EdTech Live, because we believe it's valuable and it's something very important for the CyFair community, and also all of you that are joining us that are not necessarily with CyFair. We know that this goes out through Twitter, and you might be joining us from all over the place. So right now, if you would, in the chat, in the YouTube chat, well, we would greatly appreciate it if you just let us know if you are in CyFair. Let us know what school that you're with. So if you're from CyFair High School, or just put that in there. Hey, I'm at CyFair High School, or what you teach. And if you are not from CyFair, if you are from somewhere else and you're just picking this up on Twitter and you're just joining us, just let us know let us know where you're from. We'd love to know how far out we're able to reach out there. And so we greatly appreciate that. So we've got a couple of things here that I do want to remind you of. You get PD for this. So those of you that are in CyFair, there is a special code that is being dropped into the YouTube chat, I guess like right over here. And so if you will click on that link, if you click on the CyFair link, then you can go register, and then that will be put in My Learning, and you will get credit automatically, right? So that will happen at the very beginning of every presentation that we have. And I'm going to tell you that link is only going to be open for a short amount of time. So you need to make sure that when you see the new link that you click on it. And then if you need to go, fill up on coffee, all that kind of stuff, you can do that. And, then come back and make sure, you watch all that great information. If you are not in CyFair, if you're not a CyFair staff member, you can click on the out of district link, and then you will get a certificate to let your supervisor know, and however you need to handle that on your end, then let them know that you participated in this. So we are going to have, with all the different presentations that we have, we're going to have, different certificates that are being sent out. They will be sent out automatically. Sometimes we have people monitoring that. So, hey, a shout out to, everybody that we have out there. We've got Stephen Stone out there. We've got Tammy Ferguson. We have Jessica Powell-Allbright. She's going to be presenting here in a minute, but she is helping to support. We have TJ with us, Katrina, Jamay is going to be joining us as well. So all of these people are behind the scenes supporting this. So again, if you're out of district, if you sign up, you will start, once it starts rolling, you will get that email with the certificate. Sometimes it happens, within the day. Sometimes it might happen a couple of days, but we just want to let you know that it's going to be coming out. One more point of concern one more point that I'd like to share with you before I kick it over to Jessica is that we have Twitter going on. So we have Twitter challenges that are going to be going on, and you can win prizes. So that's a great thing. So if you, every once in a while, maybe during the break, you go over to Twitter and you can search for the hashtag EdTechLive, and you'll be able to find our Twitter challenges there. And also let other people know. That's one thing you can do right now if you want to share it out to other people, is let other people know that you are attending this free PD in your PJs, and just let them know that they're really missing out if they're not joining us right here on YouTube. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop talking. I'm going to go ahead and kick this on over to Jessica. I'm going to bring her in. Hey, Jessica, can you hear me? Okay, I don't have. All right, so I still have this going on. Hold on a second. All right, Jessica, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, I cannot hear you. Okay. And I don't know if it's just me or maybe I need to.
YouTube, let me know if it's me.
There you go.
Todd, we can hear you.
All right. Great. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to you. Go for it.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. My name is Jessica Powell-Allbright. I am an instructional technology specialist in CyFair ISD. And this morning I'm joining from my apartment in the Woodlands, so I'm quite a bit of ways from everybody else. But I'm going to talk to you guys about Read and Write for Google. And before we get started, let me just make the statement that our district purchases Read and Write for Google. So we have already established a gold version for our teachers and our students. If you are not in CyFair ISD, you also can benefit from the gold version. I'm going to show you how during my presentation. So I'm going to try to differentiate for you guys as I go through. For CFISD, these are the things you want to do. And for non-CFISD, I'll just denote that for you so you know which steps to take. So there are a couple points in the presentation when I'm going to say that. So just pay attention to it. If you're a CyFair person, I'll say specifically, CyFair folks, you don't have to do this. And if you aren't a CyFair person, I'll make sure I say, hey, non-CyFair people, you do want to do this, okay? So let me share my screen with you guys. And Tammy, you just jump in if anybody asks questions in the chat as we're going through. And I will do my best to answer it. So I certainly don't mind if you guys want to stop me.
Right. Absolutely, I'm on it.
Great. So Read and Write is a Chrome extension. So if you guys are utilizing your Google for EDU account, you can go into the Chrome Web Store and you can add it. It's something that you would add in your Chrome browser, and it's going to offer you guys and your students these language supports. So I consider it a dynamic reading experience for every kid, not just students who have accommodation needs, not just students who are second language learners, but students who simply don't love to read or have some struggles in reading. And I think every student has some struggles somewhere. So my background is that I taught middle school language arts for about 10 years. And I taught students with extreme needs all the way up to students who were pre-AP level students. And at that point, those students also had some language support needs. So this is a really great tool that every kid can use, not just in language arts, but in social studies, in science, in math, in any subject that you teach. If you have access to a computer and they're reading things, this is going to be helpful for them. So a little bit about me. I have been doing Google for EDU things for about 15 years, maybe a little longer. So I work with a group outside of CyFair that we are a Google partner for education. And I'm a Google certified educator, a Google certified trainer, a Google certified innovator. All that stuff just means that I have a really vast network of people who help me when I'm looking for new things. And so if you want to follow me, you can find me online. I'm at Simply EdTech. Or you can just follow the CyFair EdTech department at CyFair EdTech, and I also contribute to that channel as well. If you're a language arts teacher in CyFair and you're not following the hashtag CFISD Sec ELAR, then you're missing out, because we are posting a lot of things that are technology related for secondary ELAR on that hashtag. So if you're not following it, now you should. If you don't work in CyFair and you still want to follow it just so you can see what we're talking about, definitely do it. We'd love to have your input. So let's start with this question. Does your district have a subscription to Read and Write? If the answer is yes, then you can pause for a few seconds and just watch the next few slides. But if your district does not purchase it for your students, if it's not something that you guys have access to the paid version, then you're going to want to go to the Chrome Web Store and you're going to want to install the Read and Write for Chrome extension. So I'm going to exit my presentation real quick and just show you just quickly how to do that. I open a new tab. I actually just use my apps grid here on the upper left-hand corner of my browser to get to the Chrome Web Store. Click apps, and I'll go to the Chrome Web Store. And while in the Chrome Web Store, all I have to do is search the store. So right here in the upper left corner, I see this search box, and I'm gonna type in read ampersand write. So I'm not gonna write the word and, I'm not gonna write the word or put any spaces. It's gonna be read ampersand write, and hit enter. And when I do that, the first one on my list should be the Read and Write for Google Chrome extension. And I know that I've added it if it says rate it, that means I've added it. But if it says free, then you want to click on it to add that extension to your browser. While we're here, if you're following along and you're doing these steps with me while we're here, you also want to add the one right below it, the Texthelp PDF reader. So Texthelp is the company that actually created Read and Write. They're the one who offer the program for us. But Texthelp has a PDF reader that's really helpful too. If you are a CyFair teacher, we have probably pushed Read and Write for Google Chrome to you. If we haven't, you can do these steps too. You can add it for yourself. And we probably have not pushed the PDF reader to you. So you probably want to do this step too. So let me just reiterate those steps one more time. To get to the Chrome Web Store, I hit the rainbow apps grid in the top left corner. I followed it to my apps page and I found the Chrome Web Store. It looks like a shopping bag. And once I'm in the Chrome Web Store, I search the store for read ampersand write and hit enter. And that's going to bring me to the Read and Write for Google Chrome extension that I'm going to click on free for add. And if I don't already have the Texthelp PDF reader, I'm also going to add that. So if you'll do those two things, I'll wait just a second while those of you who are doing it on your own screen can catch up with me. Also, while you're doing that, while you're going through those steps, I'm using a Mac, so that's why I have that little magnifying glass that you're probably seeing. I always get questions about that in presentations. So if you're asking that question, it's a Mac thing. If you have a Mac, at the end of the presentation, I can show you how to do it too. All right, so I'm assuming you've added it at this point and you have to accept permissions. So it may have prompted you to add those permissions to say yes to something. Up here in the top of my browser, I can see that I have the Read and Write for Chrome extension. It looks like a little purple puzzle piece. And I also see this gray box with a purple word PDF. That's the PDF reader. So both of those things are the ones that I want. Those are gonna be the tools that we use throughout the presentation. So you want to install it. And if you're a CFISD person, you want to double check that you have it. If you don't have it, you also want to install it. And if you are not a CyFair user, okay, not a CyFair user. So if you're a CyFair person, you can watch this, but you don't do this step, okay? If you're not a CyFair ISD user, you will want to upgrade your account. Okay, if your district does not purchase Read and Write for your students, you're going to want to upgrade your teacher account. Every teacher has the free ability to upgrade their account to the gold version for a whole year, and you can do it every year. But you do have to first have installed the extension, and then you go to this URL right here, bit.ly/R the number 4 T lowercase s. So whoever's typing that in the chat, somebody's going to put it in the chat for you so you can copy it and paste it. This is going to be how you go through and you tell Read and Write, I'm a teacher and I would like to request the gold version. That will allow you to have access to all of the upgraded features for an entire year. They don't offer this for students. That's how Read and Write makes their money. Obviously, they're a company, they have to make some money in order to stay available to us. So they sell the student memberships or subscriptions, and teachers are allowed to have the gold version for free. That's not to say students can't use this tool if your district hasn't purchased it. They will maintain access to the gold version for 30 days. And then after 30 days, they'll be downgraded to what I call a freemium service. And I still think there's a lot of value in the freemium service. So we'll chat about that as we get through the presentation as well. So step 1, add the extension. Step 2, add the PDF extension. Step 3, if you're not a CFISD user, you want to upgrade your account using this link, requesting gold access. It doesn't happen automatically. You might have to log off, like get off of your computer altogether and then log back on. It might take up to 24 hours. I see it usually happen within 30 minutes or so, but I can't guarantee that. But for today, just know that you need to do that. And that should be in the chat if you're following along. If you're a CyFair person, we've already upgraded you to the gold version. Only thing you have to do is make sure you have the extensions. We've already installed the Texthelp reader. All right, so let's talk about, I'm gonna just show you what the toolbar looks like and we'll talk about different parts of it. And then we're gonna do a little demo. So when you install the extension, it's the purple puzzle piece that floats in your Chrome browser. It actually gives you access to a whole menu of tools. And when we open a Google Doc in a moment, you'll see where that shows up. But just to kind of show you the different tools real quick, give you an idea what we're looking at. The toolbar has a prediction text feature. It has a hover text feature, meaning you can hover over words and it will read them aloud. Has a dictionary feature, a picture dictionary. These two things are not the most robust resources, but they're enough to help students who are in the middle of something look up a word or find the context they need for that word. There's a play, pause, and stop button. These are the absolute most valuable buttons on this toolbar, and these are features that the students will never lose, even if they aren't a subscriber. So even if they're using that freemium version, they'll always have the ability to read something out loud, pause what it's reading, and stop. Beyond that, there is this little dotted line with an arrow. That is actually a screen reader. So if you're on the web and you want to just read a paragraph in the middle of an article, you can highlight that paragraph and use the screen reader to do that. And we'll see what that looks like momentarily. This feature here allows the document to be read aloud, and it records it as an MP3 kind of in the background. You don't have to wait for it and listen to the whole thing. You just click the button and it's kind of a set it, forget it kind of thing. Beyond that, we have some like a masking tool. We have an audio to text tool, just like we do in Google Docs. Then we have these highlight features here where we can highlight text on a page. And then we have some really great features over here that I'm going to demonstrate to you. I'm not going to explain them now. I'll just demonstrate them. All of these tools are really super handy for students who need just a little bit of help as they're reading. And what I love personally about it, teaching middle school, the kids who need the help, as they get older, they stop asking for the help. They start declining their services. And that's because they don't want to stand out. They don't want to be different from other people in class. They want to be just like everybody else. Well, everybody else uses their earbuds and listens to music during class, right? So everybody else is not going to know that instead of listening to music, they're actually having their text read aloud to them. So this is one of those tools that really embeds their services without really making them stand apart. It also frees up the teacher to be providing support in other ways instead of reading things aloud to students who need it. So are you guys ready to jump into the tool? Tammy, are there any questions so far?
So far, I have not had any questions. So if you have any questions, feel free to post and I'll pass them on to Jess.
Okay. So I'm going to show you this document. Disclaimer, I did not create this document. Somebody shared it with me and I use it all the time. So I just made a copy of it. So this is my copy of somebody else's work. And at this point, I'd have to go search who the author is, but just know it's not mine. So here's an example of a Google Doc. And this Google Doc is at a level that maybe I can or cannot read. And of course, now my read and write tab is not open. Let me refresh. And it may be because I'm doing a screencast. I don't know. Let's try it. Let me see if it will work in my PDF. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay. So it's not my tool is not showing up for me while I'm screencasting, and I'm not sure what the problem is with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at it as a PDF and show you guys those tools that you would have access to in the PDF. So give me 2 seconds. Let's switch over. All right. So my toolbar looks slightly different, but they're the same features that you see in the docs. Okay. So let's say I'm reading through and I need something read aloud to me because I don't know how to pronounce it, and that keeps me from understanding the phrase, right? So what I can do is I can highlight the word and hit play.
Multicultural.
Do you guys hear that? Did it play for y'all?
Multicultural Educational Research Project.
So it highlights the word and it reads it aloud. I have access here up in the top corner to change in my options the voice and how fast that voice can read. So for instance, I do actually really prefer UK Daniel, and I'm gonna make him speak a little bit faster and save. So let's try again.
Multicultural Educational Research Project.
So when I highlighted a word and hit play, it only read the word. But if I just move my cursor to the beginning of the sentence and hit play, it continues to read. It's on continuous read. So I can have that ability throughout the document. If I get to a word I don't understand, for instance, I may not understand what country means. So let me highlight that word. I can use the dictionary feature right here. It's the dictionary is the book icon, and the picture dictionary is the little graphic that looks like a picture. So let's try. So there is my dictionary, and it shows me some definitions. Now notice, it doesn't tell me which definition belongs with this sentence. I still have to use context clues to kind of plug it in. But it does read it aloud to me. So let's try it.
Country. Noun. An area of land that is governed by its own rules, etc. Which country do you live in? Noun.
Okay, so it reads it out loud to me, and it actually has a little inflection. So there's a question in that sentence, and it did have a question inflection. So it did not sound like a robot as much as it sounded like a little robot person. So that's a good benefit to me. Other readers are not quite as intuitive, and they don't have quite the same humanistic qualities. So the student's able to click on words and use the dictionary. If the dictionary isn't helping, they can click on the picture dictionary, and they can kind of get an idea. So this might help me understand this picture of a landmass with a flag. That might help me understand what the word country means. This picture dictionary, guys, I don't want to say it's nothing to write home about, but it's definitely not super sophisticated. They're very clip art type drawings, but that doesn't matter. We're not looking at this for artistic value. We're looking at this for context value. And is it going to help me to learn the word and understand what is being read to me? So I do think that this is going to be of great value to every student, not just students who have accommodations or need language support. This is that screenshot reader I was talking about. I'm going to move into a web page momentarily, and we'll try this out to see if it works. There's a translation tool. Now, with the translator, I'll say this is kind of a mind bender for me. When I'm looking at a document and I speak English, and English is my first language, so my brain doesn't necessarily need some sort of translation tool. But some students do need a translator, and maybe they're a second language learner and they're trying to read in English, but they need a little bit support in their home language. Okay, so what they can do is under that same options button, and the student has to do this for themselves, or you can help them do it, but they set it and forget it, so they do it once. They can go to their options and they can click on the translation menu. And the source language in this situation is English, and maybe I want to translate it into Spanish, my target language. In docs, we have a lot more options here. So we're in the PDF reader right now, so we have limited resources, but in the docs, there is a long, long list of resources. All right, so let's see. The word is country. I'm going to use the translator tool, and it shows me the word in English.
Country.
And then it translates it into Spanish.
Base.
So it's telling me what the word is in Spanish. So that quickly translated that word for me. So now I understand what this word means. And now as I'm reading the sentence in English, I have a little idea going on in my mind about what that word means in context in English. So try that tool. Try that on your own device if you've installed the program. Looking at the chat while you guys are talking, so just making sure you guys don't have anything. I really hate that I can't show you the tool in Google Docs. I never even thought this would be problematic, because we're missing a few features here. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to show you, what I want you to do is have your Google Doc pulled up. If you don't have a Google Doc already created, why don't you go to your Google Drive and just create a new Google Doc? Okay, so let's do that real quick while you guys are waiting, or while I'm waiting. So just create a new one if you don't have one, or open one that you already have, just a doc with some text in it. And if you have Read and Write installed, what you should see is you should see this little purple puzzle piece, but it should appear in your document, like right underneath your toolbar, like a little, I consider like a window pull down. Like if you're pulling a shade down, it's going to do that. You will click the purple puzzle piece somewhere up here at the top right of your document. And when you click it, it'll bring your toolbar down. Can somebody confirm for me on Twitter, I'm sorry, on YouTube, that they're able to do that? Can you guys confirm for me? Got my phone pulled up over here. Presenting in a virtual way is a real challenge as a presenter, because you're used to the feedback that you get from people. So this is interesting. So you guys let me know in the YouTube chat, are you able to use the Read and Write extension in your drive? When you have it pulled open, one of the tools that is available is a screenshot. Sorry, not a screenshot reader. I'm so sorry. It is the screen masking tool. It looks like a computer screen with a line going through it, like a computer monitor. So in your Google document, thank you, whoever, yes, is working. Okay, great. Able to read it, great. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Jennifer. So if you're in your Google Doc and you have the window tab, the Read and Write tab pulled down, click on this monitor screen. What it's going to do is it's going to turn your screen a different color. So I used to teach a student who had a need for a green overlay, and his need was so severe that he actually had an accommodation that everything that we printed for him would be on green paper. And it wasn't just any color green, it was a very specific color green. And his need was so severe that he actually got his STAR test, or his tax test at that time, printed on that same colored paper. It went all the way to the state. And that child needed constant visual support, and he knew it. Everybody around him knew it. For him, it was like, it was everyday thing. And so when we used the computer, it was always a challenge because he had to usually tape his overlay over the screen and make do with what we had access to at the time. I wish we had access to this tool. So this little computer monitor screen, what it will do is it will allow you to change the color of the screen. And you see that line on my icon, it's a black line. If you turn that tool on, you're going to see what's called a reading light. And that reading light can be changed to any color and any width. And it basically hovers over with your mouse and you can track on your document. So that will allow you to, let me see if I can do it on a website, if you guys will indulge me for just a second. So let's go to www.scholastic.com. Let's try that. And let's try something here. All right, I'm going to turn on read and write. Let's see if it works in my browser. There it is. Okay, great. Oh, yay, this works. Okay. So I'm going to try. So I just went to a website and I clicked the purple puzzle piece. It works exactly the same in Docs. Okay, so just take my word for it. I think the fact that we're screencasting is what's causing the problem. But it works this way. It kind of pops up at the top of my document. I can turn on that screen mask. There we go. It looks like a monitor. And watch my mouse. As I move down on the page, it changes what I'm holding my mouse over to a different color. And my settings right here allow me to change the background color and the reading light color. So right now my background color is a green and it is little less than half opaque, but I can make it darker or lighter. If I just need a little tinge of color or a lot of color, I can do that. And then my reading light is white, and my reading light opacity is 0, meaning there's nothing, there's no color filling in this little bar. But obviously I can change that. Now our students are going to do what everybody, even adults do this. They mess around with this, they play around with this, and then they turn this to a color they can't turn back. So you have to reload your document if that's the case. You can also make this reading light nice and wide or really narrow. So depending on what your students' needs are when they're reading, what kind of support they need, they can track what they're reading with the mouse. Or if they need it to be a little bit bigger, just to give them a little bit more space to read, they can do that as well. But I love that this feature carries over to websites. So it's not just something that's limited to a Google Doc. If you're having them do research online, they still need reading support. They still need all those same visual supports, and they still have them when they have this extension. If this reading light is not something they need, if they don't like it, they have the option just right here to turn it off. So I'll say, okay, so now my screen is this color, and as I'm moving through the screen, it stays with me. When I'm ready to turn it off, all I have to do is just tap the icon again up in the toolbar. So it makes it go away. And while we're here, I'm gonna demo this screenshot reader. So again, you guys know what the dictionary and the picture dictionary do. You have an idea of what the play, pause, and stop button will do. So let's look at the screenshot reader. So when I tap it, my mouse turns into a crisscross or a crosshair. I can click and select text, and it will read the text. Maybe not on this webpage because it's Flash-based, but you get the idea. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it did work. It was just a delay. So it highlights it, and the little rainbow's moving, and now I have the play button that's going to show up kind of at the bottom. So let's give it a little moment. So let's give this computer some grace. As I'm doing multiple things, including screencasting, it's taking a little extra time. So my machine is trying to read this in a different language. We set the language earlier. I'm so sorry about that. Is my computer doing crazy things? My browser keeps trying to open up my other Chrome accounts. It's so weird. So as I did the screen capture, the screenshot reader, it's trying to read in a language that I don't want. So I'm going to change. So I'm just going to go back to the options and go back to my speech. And it's reading it right now in the Mexican Spanish Paulina. So that's not the language that I want it to read. And I want it to try to read in English. So I'm going to change this back. Let's try Ava. Let's try our screenshot reader again. There we go. It's gonna think for 1 second. So Kathleen, you're talking about, while we're waiting for it to read, Kathleen's talking about how lots of...
last local PM up to min flu 0 millimeters.
So you're saying that your students use this feature. It's great because you set the student color and it stays for them no matter what. That's actually such a nice feature that you can set it. And then every time the student uses it, they have the same settings every single time. So I like that too. So you heard it reading. I hope you heard it reading. So it's going through and it just reads the words kind of like in the follow the bouncing ball kind of way. So that's the screenshot reader. I talked to you guys about the audio maker. It just kind of reads it, like silently reads it and then downloads as an MP3. So I would love your feedback on when that could be used. I can't think of a way to use that, but you guys might have some ideas. So put them in the comments if you do. We talked about the screen mask tool. The talk and type, because I'm not on a document, I'm not going to practice this one, but you guys probably have seen this. It's the same as in Google Docs, the talk to text. You just select it and it turns on a microphone and you can talk in a normal pace, a normal voice, and it will take what you say and turn it into words. So that's super helpful. We talked about the translator tool. We saw that with the PDF reader. Let's talk about these highlighters. These highlighters are pretty awesome. So just like with regular highlighters, students can highlight words with different colors. As an English teacher, we have our students, when they're doing writing and we're doing their revision of their writing, we ask them to highlight certain points that achieve certain goals, right? So they highlight with blue if it does this, or highlight with pink if it does this. So if your text or your word, for instance, let's think of a real word use. Maybe we want to highlight all the sentences where passive voice is being used. So we can use the blue highlighter. We can highlight the thing we need and click the blue highlighter and see how even on a web page it highlights. So in our document, it works exactly the same. I'm going to use this same highlighter at least one more time. So let's see. First, I'll select the sentence and then I'll click the highlighter. So it highlights it for me. So at the end of my document, whether it's something I'm reading in Google Docs or it's a web page, I can use this feature right here. It is like a circle with all the different colors. And that circle is collecting my highlights. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to click collect highlights. And it asks me, what color do you want to collect? I used blue. So I'm going to check blue. I'll uncheck pink because we don't have any pink and say OK. But what it's doing right now is it's actually creating a new Google Doc in my Google account. And that Google Doc is going to include the highlighted words. So let's see, there it is. So it took the text that I highlighted, it extracted it from the source and pasted it in this new document that now has all the words that are things I highlighted. And so as a teacher, when I'm thinking about what I would have done in the classroom, my students who are needing to look words up, I always had some students who were required to have a vocabulary list. It was one of the accommodations that they needed. Well, I always made that vocabulary list, but it never said anywhere that I have to make the vocabulary list. It just said that that student will be provided with a vocabulary list. So what more help can you give a student than to provide them with a list of the words that they don't already know that they're being asked to read? So as the student's reading, if they don't know a word and they have to look it up, we'll highlight it. At the end of your document, let's collect all those highlights and build your own personal vocabulary list. So we do that. And so we use that same tool when we're working. We use the highlighter tool and we use the collect vocabulary and it makes a list of vocabulary. But let's take this one step further, right? That vocabulary list, they still have to come up with definitions and all that good stuff. Let's take it one step further. I'm going to highlight everything real quick and use the broom to clean up the highlights. That's what this little guy is right here. Looks like a little broom sweeping off the page. So after you highlighted something, if you want to clear it, you just use the broom. Let's try this. Now instead, I'm going to use the pink highlighter. Highlight that pink. And let's do children. We're just going to say these are maybe words that I don't already know. And I'm not going to use the collect highlights button this time. I'm going to use one just to the right of it, and it's the vocabulary button. This looks like lines with dots. That's doing a similar thing. It's opening a new document in the background, and that document looks like this. It's going to show my words on the page. It's going to take the dictionary definitions and plug them into a column called meaning. It's going to take the pictures from the picture dictionary and plug them into the column called symbol. And to the right of that is a blank area called notes. So this is where my student is going to choose the right definition from the meanings, because remember, it puts all of them in there. It doesn't differentiate based on context. My student is going to go into the notes column and add their own information. So they get to choose, they get to decide. And they are going to be the ones kind of finalizing their vocabulary list. So what do you guys think about that?
Actually, Jess, we have a couple questions that people might be interested in knowing from you. The first one is script writing, if you had an idea on how that might work with this. But also we had a teacher, Kathleen, said she was using it to highlight nouns, verbs, and adjectives. And a couple teachers behind her asked how that could be applied in the special ed classroom as well.
Well, I don't know about the script writing. The script writing I don't have any familiarity with. I see that Brandy Milson's asking that. And I don't know if she means like computer scripts, like in computer language, or if she's talking about like play script. So I don't know in what way she means script writing. And I don't have any, so sorry about that. I don't have any experience with that. In the special ed classroom, I can see that students, yeah, just what Kathleen's saying, that she would have her students highlight certain parts of sentences and then have them collect those in a document using that same exact feature where they highlight a word and then they can use the collector button, the vocabulary collection or the collect highlights button. Yeah, Kathleen, color coding, like verbs are orange and yeah, verbs are orange and adjectives are blue, etc. Oh, I got you, Brandy. Thank you for clarifying. So the script writing question's been answered. That's good. Glad to hear that. What other questions do you think, Tammy? Anything else?
I haven't seen any. I think you're doing an awesome job accommodating your limitations.
Thank you. I'm definitely feeling a little frazzled here. I'm glad it's happening to me, people. Okay, so on your toolbar, you also have this right here. This is a great tool, and it's the last tool we're going to talk about today before we get done with looking at a web page. But there is this simplify page, and what it does is it pares down the page that you're looking at, and in this case, it's a web page. So I'm going to click it, and let's see what happens to this web page. So okay, so for this web page, it couldn't simplify. If we had a page with lots of text, maybe even like Wikipedia, and I might try it just to do it because I want to prove to you it works. Wikipedia, let's try that. And we will look up a word in Wikipedia.
Hey, Jess, while you're looking that up, somebody asked if you could show that again, where you get the vocab and definitions.
Sure, I will. I'll definitely do it. Let's do a word. Okay, so let's do elementary charge. That looks complicated. All right, so if I'm using my read, I'm going to go back to that in just a second, Tammy. Thanks for bringing it up. I'm going to use my read and write puzzle piece. It brings up my toolbar, and I'm going to try doing the simplify page. Let's see what it does. So it takes the page. Here's the original page with lots of text on the side, lots of text in little boxes and pictures and things like that. And it simplifies, visually simplifies it to take away a lot of that excess language that we don't need. Now, in some cases, this is going to be helpful, and in some cases, I can see how it might not be helpful. There's something going on in the chat, which I can't see for some reason. All right, let's go back then to that last. So this might be helpful and this might not be helpful, but know it's available to you. It's the simplify page feature, and you can use it on a web page, and it can be used on other things as well, but we're using it right now on a web page. So you wanted me to go back and talk about using the highlights and showing the vocabulary list. So this is going to be a good example. We're looking at a Wikipedia article about quantum physics, and I might want to select some words that I'm going to build for my vocabulary list. So I'll highlight it and actually select a highlighter. That's the first step. First, find words you want to include in your vocabulary list and highlight them. And then you choose this icon right here. It looks like a bulleted list. And when you select vocabulary, you'll get a notification that a new document containing your vocabulary is being created. And that's what it's doing. It's going to open up a pop-up, and that's going to be a Google document. And of course, that Google document is going to live in your Google Drive. And the vocabulary list will include the words that you highlighted. So in this case, it included the word equivalently. And it didn't have a meaning for it from that dictionary, and it didn't have a symbol from that dictionary. It's only going to include what's included in the dictionary tool and the picture dictionary tool that are built in. But that's okay. I have the word here, and now as a student, I can plug in the meaning, or I can get help from my teacher. I can look it up. I can talk to my classmates at my group and use context clues to build the meaning, but I have the vocabulary list started. So you start by highlighting things, and then you hit the icon right here, the vocabulary list, and it creates it. If you want to clean up your highlights so you can try something different, you highlight everything again and use the broom, and it will clean it up. So we have a few minutes left, just about 4 minutes left. So the last thing I want to talk to you guys about is that PDF reader, because it has 2 or 3 features that I think are fantastic. So I have this document in a Google Doc. I've converted it now into a PDF. Here's that same document as a doc and as a PDF. When I open it, it opens in what we call preview mode. And I know it's preview mode because I see no ability to edit or anything. I just have these gray areas around the sides. At the very top of that page, I see open with. And when I select open with, I can roll down to read and write for Google Chrome. So that's one way to open a PDF and read and write. For our students, when they open a PDF to start with, it's going to open it for them in read and write for Google Chrome because we forced it that way from the domain side. So I'll open this. Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You have a teacher that says she cannot get her list to show. Is there a way you could show that again?
I can show it again, but if it's not showing for her, she might just need a refresh. Sometimes it does that, especially if she's on a different network. Yep. So I don't have time to go back and reteach that just the second. I want to cover this little bit of text, Timmy, but at the end, if we have time, I'll go back, okay? So you guys saw this a few minutes ago when I couldn't get my doc to work. It has the same sort of toolbar, same sort of options, but notice that when I highlight something, I have this pink text box over here. And the pink text box allows me to leave a comment. If I select that pink text box, my comment pops up on the sidebar. I can type. This is just like in a regular Google Docs. Right, a typed document or a typed comment. I have the ability to leave this little, see the little comment box with a play symbol? I have this both in Docs and I have it here in the PDF reader where I can record my comments in an audio way. So it allows me to hit the start button and it records my comments. So I might be giving my students some feedback that's very specific to this text. And it's going to be listening to what I say. I have up to 1 minute to record. When I'm done, I hit comments. And it's going to do its thing and it's going to put it in for me as a comment on the sidebar. So I have this feature in Docs and I have this feature in PDFs. So the comment, I highlight some text, I hit the comment button, and for a PDF, I chose voice comments. And it records my comments, so I might be giving my students some feedback that's very specific to this text, and it's going to be listening to what I say. I have up to 1 minute to record. When I'm done, I hit comment. Right, so it plays the comment back. That's really helpful. Additionally, if I highlight different text and I use that comment box, I can, of course, type it. Now we know we can speak it, but I love this feature here. We have these two options. You can insert a graphic, an image, or attach something. So if you're trying to provide your student with more opportunities for learning without giving them answers, you can put in a graphic that you've saved in your drive, or you can attach a link to a different resource, maybe to the Purdue Online Writing Center, or to the text itself that they've been writing about, so they can go back and look. I actually use Bitmoji as an extension all the time. And so what I went ahead and did was I went and created a bunch of Bitmojis using the Bitmoji extension. I saved them as images, and then I put them in my Google Drive in a folder. So I can actually insert an image. It gives me the option to select my image from my drive. I know that I called it Bitmoji for work. And once I go into that folder, I have the option to look at these Bitmojis and include them as a picture. So I attached it, the word responsible, I attached this picture. If you click on it, it shows you. So I use it as like stickers or quick feedback for my students, like positive affirmation, or some sort of like, try again sticker. But you can do that with the comment feature. So let's recap. In Google Chrome, you add the extension Read and Write. And you also add the PDF, Texthelp PDF reader. When you're in a Google document, you'll have your purple puzzle piece appear in your document, and you can use all the tools that we saw from the toolbar here. The same kind of toolbar will appear in your Google Doc. You also have this purple puzzle piece in your Chrome browser, and it allows you to use that toolbar on web pages. So it allows you to get reading support when you're on the web. And finally, if you have a PDF in your Google Drive, you can choose to open it with Read and Write for Chrome. You'll open that document in the Read and Write program itself, and you have a similar toolbar, including your colored highlighters. I didn't show that feature. And then you also have the ability to highlight text and leave a comment. Those comments can include voice comments, picture comments, or even linked to other resources comments. So that's a lot of information. If you work in CyFair and you would like a little bit more information about this, I am so happy, and I think my team is as well, to come out to your campus and work with your teachers during their conference time. I'm happy to come to your campus and do something with your staff after school. And the rest of us in our team are happy to just provide that support as you need it. If you're not a CyFair person and you don't have a person like myself who can come and help you, Texthelp has a really robust YouTube channel, and you can learn a lot about the tools. In fact, I've learned a lot about the tools just from looking at their YouTube channel. So go and take a look at that. I'll post the link to their YouTube channel in the chat after this presentation concludes. But yeah, that's it. That's Read and Write for Google. You guys have any questions? Okay, well, thank you so much, guys, for having me this morning. Make sure you register for this session in order to get credit. I know we're about to turn on some music so we can have a break between sessions, but you're going to be registering for the next session with Shaina Glass, and she's going to be talking about Hour of Code. And so stick around for that, and you guys have a fabulous rest of your Saturday.
After we're done with the debate, do we ask questions to each other?
Yes. So after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible technology that we could put in the classroom.
The AP test that you guys are going to be doing your practice on.
I'm not usually able to hear if I'm in the back of the class, and being able to have the microphone helps if there's people working on other projects and such. Being able to have the microphones sitting out in the flex space here, like, can help, and we can ask her questions through that so she doesn't have to get up and leave the class.
Are you stuck between 2 answers?
I'm stuck between 2 answers. I have a question about one of the vocab words.
Go ahead.
I can hear their conversations. I can drop in. They can ask questions. It stretches out your reach and allows you especially to reach some of your kids who might be afraid to speak up in a larger context.
I like to just talk to her in this, so then it can kind of be like private.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
And a lot of times when you walk up to a group, the group stops talking or the dynamics change completely. When you walk away from that group, it takes a lot of energy for those brains to get back on track. And with our pods, they're able to check in from afar, and then they know whether they need to intervene or just back off.
Rooms are quieter. The kids are much more engaged in what's going on in the classroom because they can hear and they can work in groups. And then they have their teacher button push away. So the teachers are really, really loving it.
The active panel actually lets you do real life things on it, and it's basically a big whiteboard but with a computer setting. The active panel also allows students to write on it. There can be up to 2 to 3 students on the active panel writing at the same time, and they're able to actually see their stuff that appears on the board.
Once we come in and we show them the interactivity, like how they can pull up a 3D model of something, they can see an actual heart beating from every angle, and then they can zoom in on the different parts of it. I mean, what kid's not engaged by that?
students log into the ClassFlow site and then use their teacher's code, and they're connected to whatever the teacher has up here. So it's like a way they can communicate.
With ClassFlow, when you get to learn from each other and you kind of understand more what's going on, because everyone's kind of more interactive.
It's way easier for everyone to connect, because when you're raising your hand, the teacher doesn't have enough time to call on all of us, but when we use ClassFlow, everyone can write their own response.
I can take a poll and actually send this card onto their screen, and they can answer it from there. So they can take their friends' questions and actually send it back on to them, and they can talk more about it and expand their knowledge with each other.
All right. Hey, everyone. I hope you are enjoying EdTech Live so far. Thanks to Jess. She did a great job on Read Write, and Read Write is such an awesome program. So I want to let you know that Shaina Glass is coming up here in just about 2 minutes. I want to remind you that if you are on and you want to get credit for EdTech Live for the presentation that's coming up next, make sure that you sign up, right? And so right over here is the link for CFISD staff. And then also if you are out of district, you want to go ahead and sign up there. Don't forget to come on over to Twitter and search the hashtag EdTechLive. And that way you can participate in our Twitter challenges. And remember, we're giving away a little bit, some great gifts there. And so we'll get those to you. All right. So, hey, Shaina Glass is coming on, and she's going to be talking about the hour of code. Coding, you know, when we think about coding, sometimes we think about computers and we think about our computer classes and things like that. The thing is that coding can be done in every content level. And so we're really excited about Shaina coming in and teaching us a little bit about that. So I'm going to go ahead and start going that way and to get her in here. So bear with me. All right, Shaina, how are you? Can you hear me? Let me make sure that I have done everything that I need to do. Do you have your microphone on? Because I can't hear you. All right, Shaina. Shaina, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. All right. So there you go. The Zoom room is yours. Go ahead and take it away with your hour of code.
Awesome. Good morning, everybody. This is Shaina Glass. I am super excited to be here this morning and bring you from far away how to rock your hour of code. I am in the Aldine Independent School District, right up the street from many of you, or from all of you, since we're all over Houston. And I'm going to talk a little bit about two things. One, how we're doing it in our district, and how you can do it in your classroom, in your school, in your district, in anywhere you are. The link down here is for the presentation, and I see that several of you, yay! Several of you are getting ready to jump on. So thank you for sharing the link. And I'm gonna start with this video.
Hey, Shaina, I don't think you have video turned on the share on the video.
Okay, I hear that some of you can't hear the video. I'm gonna stop it. Can you guys hear me now? I just won't play the video. Sorry about that. I am gonna go on now. I'm gonna go ahead and go on from the video. So the link at the bottom of the presentation here will take you to all of my resources I'm gonna share this morning. Many of you I see are here, and if you either know what the hour of code are, well, what the hour of code is, or you are new to the hour of code. And generally, just what the hour of code is, it's just one opportunity for you to present computer science to your students, wherever they are. So this can be in your classroom, in the cafeteria, anywhere in your school. We want all kids to have exposure to what computer science is for just about an hour. How can you get involved? The very first thing I'm going to ask that you do, if you haven't already, is to click my link and register on the Hour of Code website. It's really simple to do. You just add where your school, where your event's going to be held, and sign up. Right now, when you sign up and commit, we have lots of partners through code.org that are going to be presenting robots to teachers who register for the event. And if your school isn't already registered, please do. You can see over here in the United States, there's thousands of events taking place. This doesn't mean you have to do anything fancy. This just means that you are going to allow your students to participate in the hour of code. So when is this going to happen? The Hour of Code is a part of Computer Science Education Week, and it starts Monday. I'm excited to say that I'm weirdly in a time warp because I'm on the West Coast getting ready to attend the Computer Science Education Week kickoff. And so that's why you'll see some things are just slightly different on this side of my brain this morning. But I wanted to come and present this because this is definitely a passion of mine. It's my job now, which I'm honored to say. And all I want to do is share how more students can get involved in learning computer science. So, are you ready for the hour of code in your district? I have created some resources from my district that I actually found this template online from another district and I tweeted them out. But you definitely can make a copy of it. And what's on here is the steps that would take for you to actually host an hour of code event in your district or in your classroom. Let's just start with in your classroom. What would you need? Do you need a bunch of devices? Are you going to need a location? Are you going to need some assistance? The very first person I would tell you to go to is your librarian, your principal, possibly some skills specialists, and even your teachers next door, so your partner teachers, to see if any of them would be interested in working with you to get your kids to participate in the hour of code. You don't really need a lot of time because there's lots of videos and things that you can start with. Once you've made a copy of this planning guide, you'll see now step 2 and 3, those are specifically for my district. I've just asked you to do step 2, which is really going onto the hourofcode.com's website. So you can modify your copy as needed. Step 4, though, is universal. I found these resources again from a district that was planning this as well. And it was such a good idea, I duplicated it. And you start with the activities, right? And you know that the hour of code, or maybe you don't, the hour of code has hundreds of resources at your disposal. But I've actually taken the liberty of creating resources broken down by grade level. So I'm going to start with my first one for kinder through 2nd grade. All of them are very similar in layout, and they're just s'mores. But I want you to see, it does say when our school, our district is, is focused towards our district. But this, again, like I said, it's universal. It does discuss everything that is happening this week, starting with the theme. This year's theme for the hour of code is all about creativity. I know a lot of people say, oh, STEM, STEAM. Well, art is embedded in computer science. It's embedded in STEAM, in STEM. So the theme this year is creativity is what will you create? Definitely my challenge to all of you that are jumping on and participating this morning is to tweet that out. Share that with your campus. What is creativity to you? What does that look like? For some people, they see things in simple ways. So you would say creativity is art, creativity is drawing, it's painting. But all of these things can be expressed through computer science. So after you have registered, you've shared what your thoughts are on creativity. I have included 2 types of activities that can be done through the hour of code. You can do unplugged activities, and you can do plugged activities. What's the difference, you may ask? Unplugged means you don't need any technology. You would just need simple materials that you already have in your classroom. Paper, pencils, crayons. Those things will get you through the hour of code. you'll be exposing your kids to understanding algorithms, which you already do in your classroom, in a more critical thinking format. So a few examples that I've put here for kinder through second grade is the little artist within a computer, kabooms with Codable, and Getting Loopy from code.org specifically. And I have put down the details, links to the lessons. I've also put here 3 lessons that can be done plugged. My suggestion, if you do any of the plugged activities, is that this does not have to be an individual student event. You would definitely pair up your students. In computer science, we call this pair programming. Just where you put 2 kids together and they share one brain. They actually, one is the driver, one is the navigator. So one drives the device and the other explains what's happening or explains what should be done. And this helps students to understand and learn computer science just a little deeper. So they can definitely go through PBS with PEEP. They can go to Scratch Junior, and Tinker is providing a lot of their lessons for free. Take advantage. You're gonna hear me say that a lot today. Free. Lots of free programs out there. Another thing that you can do, you're gonna hear me say this too, is to find a local computer science volunteer. This can be a student that is actually going to school to become a computer science programmer, or this can be someone in the field. But if you click this link, you will find how you can be connected with someone next week. This can be someone locally in the Houston area that would be able to come to your school, or they can jump into your classroom virtually. So just check that out, because I'm going to repeat that again. I'm going to come back. And I'm going to go to my 3rd through 5th because I have something special that I've added to this one. Very similar layout, as you can see. They have both the plugged and the unplugged. Then there's this opportunity. Again, free, okay? This is for 2nd through 9th grade students. If you are unfamiliar with CS First with Google, which is a online application for computer science, is geared towards after-school programs, but it can be done in the classroom. It is a self-paced, sort of similar to code.org in their hour of code activities. However, they're branching out and they want everyone to dive in by exposing their kids to this new activity. So if you click on this link, and the reason I went to this particular SMORE, it is in my 3rd through 5th and my 6th through 8th and my high school SMORE, is because if you teach any of these grades and you sign up today for Google CS First, and you allow you expose your kids to this activity, and they actually go through and learn. You do not have to be a specialist in computer science to do this. Donors Choose will gift you $100 towards your project. That means you can go out and make a project for $100, and it will be awarded to you because they will be gifting you these funds. Very simple to do, but space is limited. Funds is limited, let me say that. And you can, I'm checking YouTube Live, so I'm looking both ways. But you can register right now. Doesn't take anything. You can sign up with your Google accounts if you are a Google district. And even if you aren't, I would suggest getting a Google account and signing up as an educator, so you can register your kids so that they can explore this opportunity. And then you can gift them with some materials to go further for computer science in your classroom. So definitely take advantage of this particular opportunity. I can't say more. I am getting everyone I know to sign up for this because it can go a long way. And here I am talking about you finding, starting with a video and an inspirational speaker. So Code.org has lots of partners. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. They have lots of partners from when the Hour of Code began, just 5 short years ago. Doesn't seem it seems like it was much longer than that. But from there, they have actually partnered with lots of celebrities. This year, there is a video for our ELL students. So there's a Spanish video for the Hour of Code that you can share with your students. And I have that linked here under more resources and videos. You can also, other things that you can do with your students is explain how technology has impacted your life, how it impacts both girls and boys differently. And then you can look into even more opportunities for specifically girls. And there's lots of resources here that will help you recruit girls. Why am I bringing this up? The focus for recently more has been towards girls and children of color. And this week is to highlight that. So in your classroom or around your campus, spotlight, or I'm not gonna say spotlight, I'm gonna say just start to look at how your students gravitate towards what's happening when you're exposing them to computer science. Look at how they're processing everything, how they're thinking, and then support both groups more. Especially, I'm not sure of exactly who's all in this webinar this morning, but most teachers are females, right? Think about the exposure that you've had to computer science. This may be the first time you're hearing it. When a lot of people hear the word computer science, they think of science, but it's mostly math. It has a strong tie to math. Think about your exposure and think about the exposure that you're providing to your students. It's really critical that we set examples out there for our girls, because we're showing that we are lacking in that department of students who are actually exposed and diving deeper into computer science. This year, our district is focusing heavily on our middle school population for computer science. And we're finding that this is the time when girls tend to, what's the word? They tend to take a different direction for several reasons. So we're looking to figure out why and what we can do to encourage them to continue through this area. And the conclusion is start earlier. Definitely start before middle school. So set the example, pull in images, show them, especially women in these fields, girls in these fields, that will help them. There's lots of resources available through NC WIT, the Grace Hopper Foundation and Celebration, Black Girls Code. There's lots of different avenues where you can pull and gravitate to showcase to your students that they too can do this. So definitely check out that. Now, what are some other options during the hour of code? I'm not for sure what resources you have in your class, but the things I'm getting ready to show you are available for free next week. So if you do or don't have BrainPop in your district or in your school, students can start with, I see questions, students can start with code.org in the hour of code as non-readers. So you can start as low as 3. We actually have our preschool, pre-K students that are going to be exposed to computer science. So my initial SMORE, the pre-K through second, definitely can be used with your littles. My suggestion is definitely do it. If you use Go Noodle, which I know in CyFair you guys do, I would definitely start with getting loopy. And I'm going to come back to where I stopped. I just wanted to answer this question that came up. You can use Good Loopy as it's an unplugged activity with Go Noodle to showcase loops. So definitely take a look. I would say take a look. I'm looking at time. Definitely take a look at this lesson. If there's time at the end, I'll come back. So as I was saying, these tools, if you have them or not in your district, definitely are available for free next week. And I would take a look. First up, BrainPop. Did you know that BrainPop has creative coding activities built in? It's not just the videos. You can actually go to BrainPop and try out. I'm going to go to computer programming. And you can see the videos are here. All of the activities are available, but they have creative coding. You may be asking what this is. You may be asking, what is creative coding? See if it'll let me in. Give me a second. I'm going to try it for free. Oh. Okay. I'm not going to fill all this information out for you. However, I want you to know that you'll be able to go in. It's going to have me to go back and try to sign in again. Oh, I just wanted to show you what it actually offers. So the kids actually there's creative coding activities linked to all of the topics, okay? So that means it's cross content. And it is built in partnership with Scratch and VidCode. And if you're unfamiliar with either one of those, I would definitely dig a little deeper and look into those for your classroom. But it is exposing our kids. They are scaffold activities. And of course, it's bringing in the equity of allowing every student to be able to code. It is in both Block and JavaScript. So there's difference in levels. And you can actually get more support on this by joining one of their webinars, requesting an in-person workshop, or going through BrainPop educators. Here's a sample of one of the and I know you guys can't hear the video, hear the, well, there's no real sound, it's just beeps. But it's highlighting different things the students are doing. So they're actually uploading Moby and Tim into their they're programming Moby and Tim inside of the platform. So this is done through Scratch. They're adding the text boxes. All of this is being programmed. This is not your traditional video. And here's a game that was made through Scratch in BrainPop, and they are recycling. So your students can do this as well. So if you want to give it a shot, definitely try it for free. This week it is available. Then there's this one, right? Not sure too. If you guys have vocabulary in your district, but if you don't, that's okay. Because during the hour of code next week, you can explore vocabulary's computer science resources. And they are too abundant, just like BrainPop. So you can select any of these resources through vocabulary. And you can, I'm sorry, let's pick coding and algorithms. I'm just gonna pick one. If you're unfamiliar with vocabulary, they have both for the hour of code, they have both unplugged and plugged activities as well. But you definitely would have the video. It has the vocab cards that go with it. I have an account. Let's see, I'll sign in. So they have the videos, they have the vocabulary cards. I know I just signed in. Yeah, they have the vocabulary cards. I have no clue why it's doing it. They have read and respond. They have quizzes. That is so weird. Why it's asking me that? And of course, the lyric lab. Why would I need to do that? Let's see. Let's see. I'm going to type it in and see if it comes up. Okay, so I went through coding and they have all of the vocabulary cards. They have the vocabulary game. And if you're unfamiliar with vocabulary, from the video, of course, everything is built around vocabulary. All of the lyrics are here, and the vocabulary that's built in are through the vocabulary cards. So they're all linked. And in the vocabulary game, as you play, the beat builds, so it builds a song. So it teaches the kids, it reinforces the vocabulary that they're learning, which is really critical in computer science. Of course, they have the read and respond. They have the built-in quiz. And my favorite, the Lyric Lab. So the task of the Lyric Lab, which is a cool way to teach computer science, is, because they're learning another language, right? The task is to rhyme about coding using the vocab words. They have to write at least 4 lines. So it's from the video and from the vocabulary cards and from the game, they have to write a rhyme about what they code. You would write your first line, pull in the word, and then rhyme the word with the code. So if you have not had the opportunity to take a look, definitely check out all of these activities. You see they go through events, conditionals, and loops, and it even breaks down by grade level. So if you teach third grade through middle school, stop by Flocabulary. Now, if you are not familiar, you might want to take a look at the theme for this year. I'm actually going to take you to the hourofcode.com before I get into the dance party. Because just by clicking on activities, this is the best resource for you next week. This is my favorite spot. And you see some of their top contenders. So here is Code and Unusual Discovery, which when you sign up and you follow the links through Donors Choose, you will receive the $100 for participating with your students in this activity. But someone asked earlier, what age would you start with? You could click pre-reader. It already pre-sorts. You can pick the type of technology you have in your classroom. So let's say you have a couple of computers. You can pick your subjects. If you want this to be self-led or a lesson plan, let's click both. And how much time you have with your students. And it provides you with the opportunities, different activities you can do with your students. I'm gonna go back. And let's say I click second grade. And I'm not gonna click a subject. And talk about some of my favorites. I'll leave those because you have an hour. Well, I'm asking if you can give an hour. And you would want both the lesson plan and if it's self-guided. So if this was with or without the students. Yes, absolutely. I love that your first graders love dance party. So we're gonna get to that. So I brought it back up because these here at the top are the contenders for most students, whether that be elementary, 2nd through 5th. If I click 6th through 8th, it's going to come up. If I click 9th grade, most of these will come up. But before I go into dance party, Grinch has been a huge contender this year. Minecraft is updated from last year. So I'm going to click and just show that real quick. So they have added aquatic, the Voyage aquatic. They have added the designer. That came in a little earlier, but Minecraft's journey is also here. And I don't know if you guys have Netflix, not that it would be connected to school, but you can let your students know that this follows that path of the storytelling through Netflix. So it is an extraordinary journey, let's say. And again, I mentioned the Grinch And you see this is for all students. It can be done on any platform. And this too has a simple layout where the kids are going to be programming the Grinch to get from one place to another. So I'm gonna go off of that one. Let's see. Okay, so I think I got the sound to come through as I go into the key. So this was released a week ago. And as you can see, there are over 30 artists who have contributed to this dance party. And it's amazing what students can do. There is a dance party unplugged, so if you have limited technology, but you can definitely do this whole group. If you have an interactive panel or a Promethean board, you can do this in the front of the class. Definitely send this home. Let parents know about this. My daughter was sharing it with my mom. My mom wasn't dancing. However, she understood the program that was being written. This is in partnership with Amazon Future Engineer, where they're just encouraging students to start early. So as I was saying, we were looking at it, trying to get it to be exposed to students in middle school. But we see that the earlier our students are exposed to computer science, the better. So here's a couple of examples, because students can share their featured, their programs with the world. So I think you should be able to hear my video now.
Creativity is how the younger generation will take the latest science and put it together in a way to solve tough problems like climate change and infectious disease.
Creativity is showing the world what is unique about you.
Creativity is making something out of nothing.
Creativity is solving problems the way you like them solved.
Creativity is expressing yourself in a way that is uniquely you.
Per me la creatività è divertirsi con ciò che non può parlare.
Creativity means waking up one day with an idea that you can change the world.
What will you create?
So it couldn't have been done any better. I say it couldn't have been explained any better. So let's look at it very quickly because I'm looking at the time. There is a lesson plan here. All you do is start. They have added the extended lessons. There's a video that's going to explain what dance party is, but because of time, I'm just going to jump on in. We're all 21 in here. I'm just going to say that. We're all 21. I have a birthday coming up, but I will still be 21. So here on the left side is your play space. Your directions are at the top. This is where you pull your materials from, and this is your workspace. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna add in the first block. It has to click like a puzzle piece. Here it's a drop down. You can pick the song that you like. Pick an artist. Let's try MC Hammer. I'm not dating myself.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
You see that it's tied and measures something out.
You can't touch this.
And that's it. That's how you get started. The kids fall in love with this. Oh, I guess I should play it again, right?
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
So that was 4 measures. Give it a shot. I will say, in our district, we're having a dance off, so we're making it a challenge. Code.org is also asking that if you participate with Dance Party, that you tweet it out. You can take a screenshot of it, you can take a video of it, of the program that the kids are writing. You also can tweet it to share it with us in our district. We would love to see what you guys are programming. I've upped the ante. I've asked them to share with the students are also mimicking, I guess you would say. So the dance that they program, I want to see it danced out. And if you follow our hashtag, you can catch a couple of videos. Our librarians actually kicked off the challenge and challenged out. So the goal is, once you share your program, you must challenge another person to take part. So I challenge you this Saturday to participate in the dance party. Just take a chance. If you have little ones or even big ones, so kids of any age, they have a variety of musicians, artists who've contributed. So definitely take a look. There's something for everyone. And then here's what's next, right? There are ample professional development opportunities happening next week. You can start off like you did today here at EdTechLive. There's going to be Periscopes, Twitter chats, all of these things you can follow just by following the hashtag Hour of Code. We'll modify this because you can also follow CS Ed Week Twitter handle as well, or their hashtag. And you can go to their website at csedweek.org to learn more about additional opportunities all over the country. And then there's that face-to-face time. I've been working with Microsoft in the Apple Store for about a month now in coordinating events. We're actually taking students next week, but they have reached out about opportunities for teachers specifically. There is Microsoft stores in the Woodlands, in the Galleria. I think there's a couple of other locations in the Houston area. But they are actually hosting computer science and Minecraft in the classroom workshops, and the link will take you there. The Apple Store is hosting events and activities for both teachers, parents, and students for Hour of Code. Definitely check those out. If you have any questions for me, I'm looking over on the side to see. Definitely contact me if you are interested. I think I put up here, no, I put it. Hour of Code activities that will be available beyond the Hour of Code, which would be workshops if you're interested in computer science in your district, in your school, for specific teachers, just for you in general. I have shared a link via Twitter for how you can sign up for additional workshops. I am at my limits. I want to thank all of you. I hope you gain one thing that you can do next week with your kids. This is Shaina Glass sharing from, I'm in Los Angeles right now. Pardon the noise in the background. I'm sitting in the lobby as I'm with my family, so I snuck out to jump into this real quick. I will share all of these things and more. All you have to do is reach out and ask me. There's my contact information, and you guys enjoy your Saturday. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Shaina, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it. And then being all the way in California and taking your family time to hang out with us. We really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
I definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, everyone. Hey, I want to remind you Let me see here. I want to make sure. There you go. All right. Hey guys, I want to remind you that I want to make sure I am sharing. All right, so I think that's it. There, I was didn't see myself broadcasting. All right, so hey, so thanks so much for hanging out with us, guys. We have Manny Curiel coming up here in the next session, and we're very excited about Manny. He's going to be talking a little bit about Flipgrid, and we're really excited about that. And so you definitely want to make sure that you are going to be hanging out for that. So remember, like over here in the chat, we're going to be dropping the next session numbers or the links so that you can go and you can sign up and you can make sure that you register. Now, just FYI, for those of you that are in Cypress-Fairbanks, because the network is down, there might be some, you might not be able to get into like My Learning to check to see if you get credit and stuff like that. So just be patient, you know, with as the weekend goes. All those things are going to be, you know, put into place. So just wanted to let you know that. But we're going to take a little bit of a break here. This is the time to go refill on some coffee or your favorite drink. Go ahead and take care of yourself. And don't forget to go over to Twitter and check the hashtag EdTechLive and see the next Twitter challenge. Remember, we're giving away some great prizes for those Twitter challenges. But make sure that you are registering like right here, right down in the chat. And if you're with CyFair, you have a specific link for that. And if you are watching and you are from another district or you are just hanging out with us, you know that you can get a certificate that you can take back to your district or to your supervisor to let them know that you had some professional development this weekend. It's great weather, but you still were able to hang out with us and get some great professional development. And, you know, we've got Flipgrid coming up here in the next 10 minutes. We have, you know, blended learning coming up. We've got a lot of great stuff, right? equatIO coming up as well. So hang out. Thanks so much. Hey, if you are in right now in YouTube, you know, give us a thumbs up. Let us know that you appreciate what's going on. And, you know, that just makes us feel good. You know, we put a lot of effort, a lot of time into this. And so we really do appreciate it when you give us those shouts out. So give us a thumbs up. Let people know on Twitter that you are watching EdTech Live. And we will be back here in about 10 minutes for our next presentation. All right. Thanks.
we're done with the debate, do we ask questions to each other?
Yes. So after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible technology that we could put in the classroom.
The AP test that you guys are going to be doing your practice on.
I'm not usually able to hear if I'm in the back of the class, and being able to have the microphone helps if there's people working on other projects and such. Being able to have the microphones sitting out in the flex space here, can help, and we can ask her questions through that so she doesn't have to get up and leave the class.
Are you stuck between 2 answers?
I'm stuck between 2 answers. I have a question about one of the vocab words.
Go ahead.
I can hear their conversations. I can drop in. They can ask questions. It stretches out your reach and allows you especially to reach some of your kids who might be afraid to speak up in a larger context.
I like to just talk to her in this, and then it can kind of be private.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
And a lot of times when you walk up to a group, the group stops talking or the dynamics change completely. When you walk away from that group, it takes a lot of energy for those brains to get back on track. And with our pods, they're able to check in from afar, and then they know whether they need to intervene or just back off.
Rooms are quieter. The kids are much more engaged in what's going on in the classroom because they can hear, and they can work in groups. And then they have their teacher button push away. So the teachers are really, really loving it.
The active panel actually lets you do real life things on it, and it's basically a big whiteboard but with a computer setting. The active panel also allows students to write on it. There can be up to 2 to 3 students on the active panel writing at the same time, and they're able to actually see their stuff that appears on the board.
Once we come in and we show them the interactivity, like how they can pull up a 3D model of something, they can see an actual heart beating from every angle, and then they can zoom in on the different parts of it. What kid's not engaged by that?
The students log into the ClassFlow site and then use their teacher's code, and they're connected to whatever the teacher has up here. So it's like a way they can communicate.
With ClassFlow, when you get to learn from each other and you kind of understand more what's going on, because everyone's kind of more interactive.
It's way easier for everyone to connect, because when you're raising your hand, the teacher doesn't have enough time to call on all of us, but when you use ClassFlow, everyone can write their own response.
I can take a poll and actually send this card onto their screen, and they can answer it from there. So they can take their friends' questions and actually send it back on to them, and they can talk more about it and expand their knowledge with each other.
All right, everyone, we are back and getting ready for our next presentation. Manny Curiel is going to be coming in and talking to us about Flipgrid, and he is an expert. He's a pro in Flipgrid. Hey, just want to let you know and just remind you that, so the links is, I got to remember to kind of do it a little backwards here. So the links to the to sign up so that you can get the PD credit is going to be in the chat. They're putting that in right now. And so you want to go ahead and grab that link and you want to click on it and go register and all that good stuff, because that'll make sure that you get credit. Now, I do want to say, if you are in the district or even outside of the district, your certificate will come through an email. However, because our network is getting a little bit of maintenance done this weekend, there might be a little bit of a delay. So just want to let you know that if you don't get the email right away, just know that it will be coming to you. We will be very diligent about getting those certificates out to you. And so you'll have those definitely. All right. So don't forget about the Twitter challenge. The Twitter challenge will be up a little bit sooner than it was this last time. So just during the break next time, when you break, you can head on over to Twitter. You can check out the hashtag EdTechLive and get the next Twitter challenge, and then register for the prizes when you do that challenge. All right. So we are getting ready to bring in Manny. I think I've given you all the information that you need. Remember that link is only open for just a short period of time, and then that link is closed off. So you want to register right now. And as we bring Manny in, I also want to let you know that he's going to be interactive. So you might want to have another browser tab open so that you can go ahead and participate in what he's doing there. So let me go ahead and bring Manny in. Hey, Manny, how are you today? Okay, I think you are good. Go ahead and give me a little bit more sound, or at least just talk a couple more times so I can make sure that you are on, because I am not hearing you. Yeah, I'm not hearing you. Okay, so Manny, you want to make sure that your sound is on?
It is on.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Now you're coming through.
I was like, we tested this yesterday.
Well, you're good. You're good. There you go. So okay. Now you're coming through. All right, take it away.
All right, well, I think my face is going to be on the way. So let me just move these a little. There you go. So that is the bit.ly that you will need to log into the slides. It is CFISD new Flipgrid. I know it's super long, but it makes sense. So CFISD new Flipgrid. And now I can see that there's a lot of people already logging in. I'm gonna try to keep it short. I put a lot of information just because Flipgrid has so many new things, and they keep putting more things out, and I have to keep up with all that. So I am not showing you how you're going to open an account. I'm going to show you what it is, how you can use it, and all the new things and features that Flipgrid has for you. Alrighty, so let's get started because I only have 45 minutes. It will be in the chat. The bit.ly should be in the chat. So CFISD new Flipgrid. So Flipgrid is an audio, well, it's a video platform and where you have social interactions with your students. You can see on my screen that you have tiles, so your students will respond to your prompt or your topic. And based on the video, you can have a reflection, you can have two people do a reflection. The person who's doing the response, you can see the little bubbles. So these students reply to this response. And then, you always have one student that says, oh my God, you're a genius, that's amazing. So you can make that one response become a topic. That's amazing, because it's like, yay, so it's super easy. And that brings me to my next slide, because Flipgrid is simple. Yes, honey, it is super easy. I don't know why I'm talking Spanish now. So Flipgrid says, if it's not easy, we are not doing it. So there is a link, the Getting Started Guide into how to create an account and your first post super fast. When you go to flipgrid.com and you sign up as an educator, make sure you use your CyFair email, because that way it's going to link everything for you. And whenever you want to show it up to the students, it's one click, log in through Google, and boom, you're in. So use your CyFair account for that. If you say, I'm already familiar with Flipgrid and you want to know even more, the educator guide to Flipgrid, it's been updated. So that shows you step by step how to do everything in Flipgrid. It's awesome. It's kind of long, and I'm supposed to be translating that in Spanish, but it's just like, when do I have the time? But that's in the making. These two awesome people created the guide. So you have the links for their Twitter there, so you can follow them. You have the link for the guide. This dude who's walking, there's a link there. If you're just starting with Flipgrid, there's some video tutorials there for you. And you say, I already use Flipgrid. I'm good with that. Then you have, if you're on fire, there's another link in there for you to expand your knowledge of Flipgrid. Because yes, just like what Todd said, I do know a whole lot about Flipgrid, yet whenever I meet with them and talk to them, I feel like I don't know as much as they do. There's so many new ideas that teachers come up, in the use of Flipgrid. And then later on, I want to show you, some of them. Really cool. So this is a website. There's two websites. This is the Getting Started website. And this is if you're on fire, that's where you're going to go. All right, and then let me move these so you can read it. So the creator of Flipgrid said, Flipgrid brings the back row to the front row, which is true. If you are in a model, a blended learning model, that you have your rotations and you have your one group creating videos, you honestly you can give voice to your students. Everybody's being heard, because you're creating those one-on-one videos, or you can have like two people creating, one video, but everybody is heard. That is super important, which brings me to my next slide, student voice. We're gonna watch this 1 minute video, and I cut it because it was like a 5-minute video. I'm like, I don't know about that. So if you don't know what student voice, we'll watch this, and then there is a little thing that you're gonna practice for later on. So let's hear this. Hopefully you can hear.
And your video is not coming through.
See, these people don't know. And when we
This video always makes, I'm crying. We're crying. Why know why? That was me. Like, since English is not my first language, when I was in school, I was like, you need to hear me. I need to be able to pause you and rewind you. And Flipgrid would have given me that voice, which I didn't have. So I always make sure, oh, this is live. Embarrassing. That your students' voice gets, heard. We always say we learn from our students, yet we don't listen to them. So Flipgrid gives you that power. So that's why it's super important that you ask, hey, how are you? Give me your inputs. I gave my students a choice like, hey, do you want to create a video? Do you want to write a play? Do you want to do it individually? Do you want to, in your group? And it depends on the day that they're in. Sometimes I don't want to work with someone. I want to be a loner because, something happened. And sometimes, I want to work with somebody else. So why are we not giving students that choice? So I always said, just prove to me that you know what I taught you. Put it on Flipgrid, reflect, create a lesson for somebody else. Those are all options. And why this thing is not moving? There you go. So this is the mission for Flipgrid. This is empower every learner to share their voice and respect the diverse voices of others in a positive and fun environment. And when I learned that, when I was researching online, like what in the world is Flipgrid, that got my attention immediately. So the student voice it should be important to you because you don't really want to miss on opportunities to make connections with your students. So I know you're not going to be able to do it right now because it's live, but if you want to try out Flipgrid, when you go to flipgrid.com and you enter that code, all you need to do is log in with your CyFair email or any email because it's set for adults only. You can reply, well, you can record yourself and explain your ideas about why student voice should be important to you and how are you going to empower your students to use your voice. So that is a short activity that I know you're not gonna be able to do now, but hey, I guess the slides are interactive, right? So I'm giving you an assignment. All right, so Flipgrid used to be about $75 a year, I believe. That was last year that you had to pay, but then they partnered with Microsoft and now it's free. You can have as many grids as you want and as many topics within its grid as you want. So that opened up so many other options for me because I only had that one grid and I had everything there. And now that I'm able to organize it by topic or by unit or by, what is the word that I'm looking for, Manny? Remember your English. Periods, like different periods. So this changed everything last year. Oh, so if you created grids last year and have not updated them, you have to go and select one of the 3 grids that are available now, which I think is not this slide, but the next one. So this is some of the ways that you can use Flipgrid in your classroom. And I don't think, oh, look, I don't know how I could take my face, but anyways, it's not just for the classroom. I do have some Flipgrid, I'm teaching classes online, which the link is at the end. I also send like thank you notes or I recognize parents and I send those links to them. You can connect one grid with anybody in the world, which I'll show you how you do that without the anyone. You can make book talks or staff development through Flipgrid. It's just, and the next slides are gonna give you an idea of how to do it. So this is the 3 new domains that we have, the school domain, the student ID, and the PLC, which is for adults only. So if you have not selected one of these, most likely your students are not gonna be able to post. And I have run into several issues like this when I was working with middle and high. If you're going to select your school domain, which is the easiest to create because you don't have to come up with student IDs, make sure that you put this at CFISD.net so teachers can get in, and the at stu.cfisd.net so students can post. That is very important that both of them are there and you update that. If you want to do student lists, the student ID list, I suggest you do like a Google form, which the first column, the first question would be first name, last name, and then the student ID, which will be the launch number. And then that way, each student has a unique password, if that's what you choose to do. And then the PLC or the public grid, how do I move this thing? I don't know. Anyways, what it says is it's only for adults. So please don't think that you can get away with creating a public grid and give it to the students because they don't have an active email and it will not work. And that is, it has happened because I get emails of like, the students can't post because they had set that as a public grid. So it's only for adults. So it's gonna ask you for a working email. So just, be aware of that. Let me check my cheat sheet. Oh, and then the topics, it tells you, you build your grid, your topics. That is my easy way to tell you how you're going to create your account, your grid, which is your classroom, and your topics, which is your assignments. But I already give you links to how to do it a lot easier, because I'm a video person. I need to see it and hear it. So you need to model that for me. So that's why I like those. So this is some of the things that you can use, Flipgrid. Obviously, the first thing I do with my students is introduce yourself. Typically, whenever I go into a classroom and teach the teacher and the students how to use Flipgrid, that's the first thing they use. Just like, hey, say your name, say, well, they usually use, French or Spanish because that's my content. And then say something about you. So super easy. These are other things that I did, the discussion, the video diary, and all of that. I started using, well, this is a project that I have that hasn't happened, but it is a great idea, which you create your high frequency words, and then you'll have students do a short video with, holding the card of the word, holding a card of the picture, and then they act out the word. And then you freeze that topic because you don't want people to respond to it. You just want it for them to watch it. And there's an example there of what a topic that has been frozen. What does it look like? So so this is with teachers, and then you have all these. The debate is awesome because you can respond to videos. On the classes that I've been teaching, that's one of the things that they really, really like, because I can post a comment, a topic. You have the student responses, and then you go back and you respond to the student responses, and then you can get that back and forth communication. Some of the students I've heard, they don't like to do that at school, so they can obviously go home and then do it. They thought of something, and then they're able to do that, at their own leisure, because sometimes they like their own hours. These are even more ideas. I like the previous picture because it has icons. This to me is, I don't know. I am not a word kind of person. I like pictures, I like glitter, and I like things to move. But I put it there for you because not everybody is just like me, right? And then new feature. Yes, these are some of the really cool things. Wait, I missed one. Mixtapes. Mixtapes, if you remember, because I remember doing that in Mexico, you will record, a song here and there, and you create your own mixtape, right? So it's basically the same concept. When you have a response, you have this little icon here, which that will put it into a mixtape. So you create like a folder kind of thing. And then whenever you have a response, you click on that and you say, I want to put this mixtape, this video into this folder. So you're creating as a way, it's a mixtape. So this link will show you that people have been using it for like yearbooks, or in a way, they will show the parent, hey, this is all the videos that your son or daughter have done throughout the year. So there's a lot of ideas there of how people are using mixtapes. And I'll be interested to know, the things that you're coming up and how you're going to be able to use mixtapes. This is also new, the immersive reader. Look at this. It's kind of familiar with like the read and write because it has the little line. It also reads it to you, but it's embedded in Flipgrid. So you don't have to do the read and write. It's not as powerful as read and write. It's just, it's a little taste, I guess. But the cool thing is, like, if you see, it divides it in nouns and, verbs and all of that, which, Jessica already said, read and write does the same thing. But hey, they're trying to come up with things that the students can utilize. I thought that was very powerful. So we're moving on to the Discovery Library, the Disco Library. This is not new. Those are the only two new things two new features that they have. So the Disco Library is, if you really have no idea how to use Flipgrid because you're like, I want to use it, I just don't know how, you go to the Disco Library. So when you go into your account, at the very top, you'll see where it says Disco Library. And then you can search by audience and topic and whatever it is that you're looking for. So I said I want to do math and I'm in middle school. So you can narrow your search that way, and then you have all this topics that you can research. This is one of them. So this dude come up with a way to stop bullying or to give him an outlet for students. So if you go to the disco library and you look for bullying, you might be able to find this topic. It's super easy to use. It's kind of like seesaw activities that you select the grid that you want this topic to be in, and then it gives you the option to modify the video because he has a Giphy right here. So you can modify that and you can record yourself and say, you know, a few words about what bullying and what do you want the students to do. You can modify the text and all of that. So, and then you just click add to whatever grid you want and you're done. So super, super easy. Again, you see, if it's not easy, Flipgrid is not doing it, I'm telling you. Then we have Mr. Merrill. So he created Flipgrid channels. This is, you know, I'm telling you, teachers come up with super amazing things. So he said, channel 1 will be define vocabulary from the story. So the student will pretty much, you know, come up with a list of 5 or whatever amount, whatever number of words that you want, and then they will post the reflections on that channel. So they will create, they'll be responding to him. Like if you see, this is a response. So the topic will be on top, and this is technically a response. So when you have a student respond, you'll see those bubbles right here. Cool. And then, you know, you have describe the characters. Whoops, now you can't read. And I can't read either. So explain the sequence and describe the setting, which is like, yes, he's a first grade teacher, but I could totally use that in 2nd and 3rd. And I'm sure you can use it in middle school and high as well. Maybe not about the sequence, but definitely settings and, you know, some details. So I'm telling you, Flipgrid really opens up another door to education and look. And he has a whole lot of stuff in Twitter. Explorer series. I enroll into the aquariums, so I can tell you by personal experience. So you go into, and I'm gonna give you the link. You enroll with, I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm all excited. So I did this one. The one that is coming up is code. How exciting that is, because Hour of Code is coming. So that's why they decided to do Hour of Code. I mean, the Flipgrid Explorer series and code. And this is weird that I don't get the reactions because I'm excited and I'm expecting you to be excited. So I'm hoping you're jumping out of your seats because this is super exciting. So what it is they create this grid, and then you have all these topics, and then they explain to the students what coding is and how you use it. And then the students will be posting reflections. So that it really digs deep into what, you know, coding for that. But when I did aquariums, it was an actual, you know, it was this, I don't remember her name, but she worked at an aquarium, and they were showing us, you know, the back scenes of how the aquariums work, the machines they use, how they feed the fish, and how they take care of them. And then very interesting footage. And then the students will reply, you know, asking them questions, and they actually responded back. It was really cool. Like, you don't even know these people, and you're already having connections, and your students is able to experience that. So they have had several Explorer series already, and the ones that have passed, they are on demand in the Disco library. That's what the link on the bottom says. So they're on demand. They're no longer active, but you can access the content. So the new one is code, and I think I did yes, the coding is coming December 4th. So register. It is what, like on Monday? So exciting. Oh no, Tuesday. I don't know. I don't have a calendar. Anyways, super exciting. So register, even if you're late. No, I was late at the aquarium, so that's fine. You'll catch up. So yes, honey. Coding. I know I'm a goof. So anyways, this is how you're going to connect with GridPulse. So, here you go. This is where the Disco library will be. Then you click on that and it will take you there. GridPulse lets you connect your grid or your, oh, I should have put in a, for the guest pass. Whoops. Well, there's a guest pass feature now that it has like a little ticket for a carnival ticket. When you click on that, it gives you a unique code. And if you share that code with whoever, that person only has access to that one topic. Because in the past, whenever you give them access to your grid, you, like very top, you can go back to the grids and you can see everything. So they're trying to make it private. So you can either share an entire grid with someone, or you can share one topic with someone with the guest pass. So when you go to the grid pals, your account is going to be inactive. You're gonna have to make it active, and then, which I'm gonna show you in the, in 2 slides next. So basically what it is, you see the US map and you see all the little Flipgrid logos. Those are active accounts. So you will click on that and it will show you a little square that tells you a little bit about the person. And then it gives you, like, if it's connected through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, or any other social media. And then you can click on that. It takes you to the person's profile. And then you can say, hey, I am interested in connecting with you. Would you be willing to connect my class? And then all you need is one email, and that's it. You connect that class, or you connect that topic, and your students are going to be able, the other teacher students, and they make connections, and it's super awesome. I did it for book studies. They were doing book talks. So my students were in 2nd grade, and then this teacher was teaching 1st grade. So it was, well, because my students were bilingual, so I needed, it was really, really cool. The students were like, hey, how are you? Where do you live? And this and that. And because they were in, where were they? Close to New York. It was like way out there. So the seasons were changing already. And they were saying, hey, it's snowing. And over here, it was not snowing anymore because of the change of time. And this, even though it's snow, but they can, whenever you connect, you can, like, if you connect somebody from Spain or whatever, you can see the difference of, the day, or now you can put some science in there or something. I don't think I'm making much sense anyway, so I'm going to move on because I'm stepping into science that is not my expertise. So anyway, so that will be the view that you will find. And if you can zoom out and go to Europe if you want, or you can go to Asia, wherever you want, and then you'll be able to connect to whoever is it that you're looking for. So here, and I'm going to text, that's not. So here in the GridPals Adventure Passport, there's a link. It really tells you how to do it and why you want to do the GridPals. And Bonnie is the one who started this whole ordeal. It used to be very complicated. It was a form, and then she had to do everything manually. Now they embedded everything into that world map, and you do it by yourself. So there's lesson plans, and there's all kinds of things into that GridPals Passport, Adventure Passport. So all you need to do is, click on that link, and the link is here too. And could you imagine? You connect with anybody in the world? That is insane. Super awesome. You can only imagine the connections that your students can have, that you can have. Because now the teacher that I connected with, we're friends now, and we share documents. Funny that she's an admin now, and I moved to district, so we share even more stuff. It's really cool. So anyhow, so this is the view that you'll have. So you're gonna have to make it active. When you find a little thing, a little avatar, or the little Flipgrid that you're interested in, it gives you the description. Notice that here it says my grades. It tells you what person it does. Like this is middle school and high school. So you might be able to connect. She tells you that she's a mother, she's a co-lead, passion. This must not be a teacher because of the ranges, because she does all K through 12. So it gives you not explanation, but like detailed information about this person. So, and then if you click on this little Twitter logo, it will take you to her profile, and then that's how you connect. And then you became co-pilots. The grid will have a little airplane, which means that you and her have the same power to create topics, moderate the topics, delete the responses, and so forth. So that's great, right? And then I got the advanced view of the newsletter from Flipgrid. So this is coming, and I cannot give you the link, because it's not official yet until tomorrow. So tomorrow, when you go back into my awesome slides, I will put the link there. What Mr. Short Shorts is doing, AKA Adam, and if you came to the Flipgrid event that we hosted, then you would have met him. He's always in shorts, even though it's snowing, he's in shorts. So he created this, and it's gonna be a short festival of shorts, which is that's that. But it's just like really cool things that the teachers are doing, but they're like short videos, and it's showing you how teachers are using Flipgrid. Short video. He hasn't really said how short they are, but I'm guessing they're gonna be like a minute or two or less. So there's going to be a link for you to register, and then it's going to give you access to, the collection of, the short videos that he will be posting. So you're going to have to come back tomorrow for the link. So then this, we're getting ready to go into holiday break again. So Journey came up with a list of activities where you can close the unit or the year in a way. And so she explains activities that you could use Flipgrid for. And if you click on this, you click on the link, it takes you to that blog post. And this is some of the things that she's saying. Come on, Mary, let's get married. So look, to write a message to Santa. You can include families there. You can make that connection if you want. You can sing songs. If you connected your Flipgrid with somebody else, they can sing songs in Spanish, they can sing songs in other languages, they can sing songs in English. You can also read books. You don't have to do this at school. You can even, give them the link, because your students are going to memorize the links, or they will be automatically logged in because they're using the student accounts. They can read books to you, or they can still do those activities because it's all online. So great idea. I really like the one with the sing songs. I would totally be singing songs to my students, looking crazy like always. So these are some of the ideas that we have found, and that that I have implemented in my classroom. So what are some of the ideas that you are already populating in your mind? So that is always the thing that I ask teachers: how would you use Flipgrid? Because I've used it in the past. Yes, people say that I know a whole lot, but not necessarily. They might be a first-year teacher that has an idea that I couldn't think of just because. So don't think your ideas are not good. This happened during PD week when I was with the low teachers. She said, hey, I have an idea about creating a video in the beginning of the year for the students will introduce themselves and say something in Spanish, because this is English-speaking students that are learning Spanish. So Spanish will be their second language in a way. So she will freeze the topic, and then at the end of the year, the student will reply to their topic, to their response, and then see how much they've improved. Which I thought it was genius, and I said, you need to put that on Twitter. And she said, no. So I said, hey, can I do it for you? And she agreed. We took pictures, and I put the pictures up. And Charlie, the one who's created a Flipgrid, called her a genius. And obviously I was like tearing up because I'm ridiculous like that. So like, you have no idea that one idea that you have can impact so many teachers. So don't think your ideas are not good, because if you think that they're simple, I would not thought about that. And I thought that was very, very cool. So share your ideas. Could be in Twitter. Now I'm on Instagram, because some of my Loach teachers are in Instagram. So I'm like, fine, I have to go where the teachers are so I can reach them, so I can help them. So these are some of the resources that Flipgrid has put together. If you click there, there is a bunch of resources. So they're there for you. These are some math stuff that I am now familiar with, because I don't do math, but you click on that. Well, one thing that I've seen is the student will be use their phone, and they will be doing a problem in there with a Sharpie. Oh my gosh, not with a Sharpie, with an Expo marker. Could you imagine a Sharpie? With an Expo marker. And then they're recording, and then they're saying, you know, they're thinking out loud. Oh my God, like that would be amazing. And I think I put that on Twitter. That is, to me, was mind blowing. You can not only see the work on paper, you can see how they're reasoning. Oh my gosh, awesome. Hashtag amazing. So there's links in those pictures for you, and there's some resources. Okay, imagine. I thought that was very cool when they come up with that, because obviously I didn't come up with that. And you click on that link, there's a whole bunch of posts already made. And I'm just gonna read them off of my other computer because, you know, I don't memorize everything. It says, imagine if everyone played fair. What are your thoughts on athletes using performance enhancing substances? This is totally not for elementary. And it tells you like how far should athletes be allowed to go to improve their chances? Support your ideas with credible scientific evidence. Imagine if everyone actually cared about the world in order to make our planet more sustainable. We need to take action. What can you do for your community that will make a long-lasting impact? And then your student will actually have to, you know, respond. You got just one more, because I'm like, oh my God, this is really cool. It says, what if we could genetically bring back extinct species like in Jurassic Park? And then there's a link to watch the little, you know, the Jurassic Park. Think about what it would be like to bring back extinct species like dinosaurs. What repercussions could occur if we will bring them back? And then you know, explain your ideas with credible science. There is about 300 responses to this, and this is public. So they're already there. So you can come up with your own imagine kind of prompt for you, right? And then, okay, so this is what it will look like if you freeze a topic. So you don't have a little green recording button. So these are all topics, they're resources for you, which look at that, math people, the Math and Magic Explorer series, which that was the one previous for the coding. This is the guide, then certified, this is the grid files from her, the how to use the disco library, how to use the mixtape, the app smashing, which I don't think I talked about. Like you saw the other one was the clips. So they were using clips and using Flipgrid. They made the video on clips and then they upload it into Flipgrid. So that's called app smashing. So, so Mr. Merrill, Joe Merrill is explaining to you how you can use other apps and combine them and smash them into Flipgrid. Then you flip hunt, which I didn't even talk about. They're using Flipgrid for to be using the hunting, what is it called? I don't even remember. My English is cutting off because I'm looking at the time and I need to wrap it up. Field hunt? I don't know. Scavenger hunt. There you go. Scavenger hunt. I just thought about it. And then sing a song. Is like come up with a song that has content and then post it. We have done that before. Like we make little chants for kids to remember. So you're giving a challenge to students to come up with songs based on content, and then you will post them into Flipgrid. So, right? No just discussion. This is like serious business. Like there's a lot of sharing. And this will be my last slide. So thank you for putting up with my craziness. And I put this bit.ly, it gives you access to all of the classes that I'm teaching. And then there's also right next to that, this is a website. So I have all the classes that I'm teaching, all the classes that the entire district is teaching. And then there's also a third one that says the on-demand, which we have shorts, little videos into how do you set up your Promethean? How do you use the speakers on the Top Cat? How do you use this and how do you use that? Because maybe you don't need a whole explanation, you just need a 2-minute video. So they're on demand. You don't get credit for that, but you will get credit for the classes that you registered. So please spread the word about the classes that we're doing. We put a lot of effort into creating these classes. I need something to drink, man. I talk a lot. And well, thank you for, hearing my ramble here and there. I am teaching Flipgrid classes at the moment. And I think there's 2 or 3 more coming through the year that I'll be showing you step by step how do you do it. And then how do you dig into Flipgrid, because this was just the new stuff and then overall of how you can use Flipgrid other than, responses. So yes, I am finished. What do I do? What do I click? There you go.
Hey, Manny. Hey, thanks so much, man. It was great. I mean, we got a lot of great feedback, and everyone seems to really love your energy and
of course.
Everything that you were sharing. Now, let me ask you a question. The video that you showed, I know that it touched you and all that, right? But we didn't get to hear the sound over here.
Oh my God. Are you serious? And I was like, oh my God, crying. So basically what it says, oh, sorry, go ahead.
When they download the register or when they download your presentation, will they be able to see that video?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So when you go into the link, so let me show the link again. This one, the bit.ly/CFISD new Flipgrid. I embedded the video there.
Okay.
So basically it's just that the students are saying, hey, you don't know everything. I can teach you stuff, which is like, it really touched me, the fact that it says that we say students teach us, yet we don't really listen to them. We say, you got to do this, you got to do that. You're going to sit here and this is what you're going to need to do. And I didn't know English. So I had my own perception on how I should be learning or the things that I needed. And I couldn't express that to my professors. And I'm like, man, if I would have had Flipgrid, I would have speak my mind, which I do now a lot. So at the end, the student says, I have a voice and you need to hear it. So I thought, like, man, I'm crying again. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, that's awesome, man. So that's one thing that we'll try to do here. Those that are running behind the scenes, we'll throw the link for your presentation back into the chat so that they can easily download it and make sure that that they can see all that, because you embedded a lot of links into your presentation.
Yeah, so I like doing that because whenever I ramble, people are not going to remember what I say. So I say a lot of things. So I just put the links there for them to go back and use the slides as reference.
Okay.
So I think that's helpful because I wish my teachers would do that I can go back and refer to, what is it that he said or she said whenever they were presenting. So that's the reason behind that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, man. Well, do you have anything else for us, or is that it?
That's it. That's all I have.
All right. Well, thanks so much for taking your Saturday and sharing about Flipgrid and all these great things. A lot of people, I mean, there's so many things happening that people don't even realize that Flipgrid is able to do. So thanks so much for sharing these.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right. We will see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. So you just had a great presentation with Manny about Flipgrid. And hey, don't forget to grab that presentation. We are sharing out all the links to the presentations there in the chat. So you're able to download those and go view those a little bit later on. And there's just so much information there. You just won't be able to grab it all. And that's one thing about this CyFair EdTechLive, that we're able to provide a lot of value and a lot of information. And then you get to go back and, research it, on your own just a little bit more later on and go dive a little bit deeper and see how it can apply to your students and to your campus. So, hey, I'd love to ask for a big favor right now. So not too long ago, before I got back on with Manny, I tweeted out that you can still get to some great PD with EdTechLive on Twitter. So if you would, because we have about 15 minutes, about 16 minutes, if you would go over to Twitter, because there is a Twitter challenge there. And so you can do the Twitter challenge, but if you would also retweet a tweet that just, the one that I put up that said, you can still come and participate in CyFair or EdTechLive, because there are some great, we have blended learning coming up next. And then we also have equatIO, where you're going to be able to, just kind of like the read and write was there for in that Chrome extension, you're going to be able to learn about equatIO and how you're able to use that in the math classroom. So we have that coming up, and we want more people that that are out there to be able to participate in this. So that is there. So if you'll go tweet that out, if you'll go participate in a Twitter challenge, know that they are dropping the links to the next session here in just a few moments. So be looking for that so that you can go ahead and register. Remember that when you that link is going to be live only for a short time. So even though that that link might be hot in the chat, it's not going to be live to where you can register. So I want to remind you of that, because there is a certain time where we kind of turn it off, and just to kind of make it fair, right? So if you will register, you do those kinds of things. We have about 15 minutes. We're going to go ahead and play our CyFair commercial and let you see some of the great things that are going on in CyFair. And then we will be coming on really soon with Christine Morgan. We have Megan Puckett, and we have Kendra Milbern, who are going to be talking to us about blended learning. So really excited about what they're going to share here in about 15 minutes. So, take care of yourself, and then be back here in 15 minutes. Hey, and don't forget to give us a like on the video. And if you are just kind of showing up, introduce yourself to the people that are in the chat, and let us know where you're coming from, what school you're at, if you're not in our area, what part of the country are you in? And if you have not been able to chat, one of the things that's just a reminder, I'm just thinking about it now, is you need to make sure that you are signed into YouTube to be able to chat. If you're not signed in, you won't be able to chat. They won't just allow you to do that anonymously, all right? So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and run our commercial. And we got a lot of great things coming up. And so we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes.
After we're done with the debate, do we ask questions to each other?
Yes. So after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible technology that we could put in the classroom.
The AP test that you guys are going to be doing your practice on.
I'm not usually able to hear if I'm in the back of the class, and being able to have the microphone helps if there's people working on other projects and such. Being able to have the microphones sitting out in the flex space here can help, and we can ask her questions through that so she doesn't have to get up and leave the class.
Are you stuck between 2 answers?
I'm stuck between 2 answers. I have a question about one of the vocab words.
Go ahead.
I can hear their conversations. I can drop in. They can ask questions. It stretches out your reach and allows you especially to reach some of your kids who might be afraid to speak up in a larger context.
I like to just talk to her in this, and then it can kind of be private.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
And a lot of times when you walk up to a group, the group stops talking or the dynamics change completely. When you walk away from that group, it takes a lot of energy for those brains to get back on track. And with our pods, they're able to check in from afar, and then they know whether they need to intervene or just back off.
Rooms are quieter. The kids are much more engaged in what's going on in the classroom because they can hear and they can work in groups, and then they have their teacher button push away. So the teachers are really, really loving it.
The active panel actually lets you do real life things on it, and it's basically a big whiteboard but with a computer setting. The active panel also allows students to write on it. There can be up to 2 to 3 students on the active panel writing at the same time, and they're able to actually see their stuff that appears on the board.
Once we come in and we show them the interactivity, like how they can pull up a 3D model of something, they can see an actual heart beating from every angle, and then they can zoom in on the different parts of it. I mean, what kid's not engaged by that?
The students log into the ClassFlow site and then use their teacher's code, and they're connected to whatever the teacher has up here. So it's like a way they can communicate.
With ClassFlow, when you get to learn from each other and you kind of understand more what's going on, because everyone's kind of more interactive.
It's way easier for everyone to connect, because when you're raising your hand, the teacher doesn't have enough time to call on all of us, but when you use ClassFlow, everyone can write their own response.
I can take a poll and actually send this card onto their screen, and they can answer it from there. So they can take their friends' questions and actually send it back on to them, and they can talk more about it and expand their knowledge with each other.
After we're done with the debate, do we ask questions to each other?
Yes. So after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible technology that we could put in the classroom.
The AP test that you guys are going to be doing your practice on.
I'm not usually able to hear if I'm in the back of the class, and being able to have the microphone helps if there's people working on other projects and such. Being able to have the microphones sitting out in the flex space here, can help, and we can ask her questions through that so she doesn't have to get up and leave the class.
Are you stuck between 2 answers?
I'm stuck between 2 answers. I have a question about one of the vocab words.
Go ahead.
I can hear their conversations. I can drop in. They can ask questions. It stretches out your reach and allows you especially to reach some of your kids who might be afraid to speak up in a larger context.
I like to just talk to her in this, and then it can kind of be private.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
And a lot of times when you walk up to a group, the group stops talking or the dynamics change completely. When you walk away from that group, it takes a lot of energy for those brains to get back on track. And with our pods, they're able to check in from afar, and then they know whether they need to intervene or just back off.
The rooms are quieter. The kids are much more engaged in what's going on in the classroom because they can hear and they can work in groups. And then they have their teacher button push away. So the teachers are really, really loving it.
The active panel actually lets you do real life things on it, and it's basically a big whiteboard but with a computer setting. The active panel also allows students to write on it. There can be up to 2 to 3 students on the active panel writing at the same time, and they're able to actually see their stuff that appears on the board.
Hey everyone, we are back from the break. I hope you had a chance to go get something to drink. I hope you went over to Twitter. You participated in the Twitter challenge. I know that there was a lot of tweets. I saw them show up as I'm monitoring the EdTechLive hashtag. And so really excited about that. Hey, as I continue talking, I'm going to try to talk and do this at the same time. I'm going to be bringing over our next presentation here. I'm going to be promoting them to panelists and as they get ready. So there they are. And so I know that there's been a little bit of a delay in, I'm going to unmute you. I know that there's been a little bit of delay in hearing of sound or whatever. So I'm just going to give it just a few seconds as I remind everyone that we have Christine Morgan, Kendra Milbern, and Megan Puckett here on this next presentation. They're going to be talking to us about blended learning. Very excited. It is something very close to my heart. Their presentation link is in the YouTube chat. So if you want to make sure that you are able to, keep up with them, or if they're sharing out any links and things like that, definitely you want to do that. You want to follow them on Twitter. And then don't forget to sign up. The registration for CyFair staff is there in the YouTube chat. And then also the sign up sheet or the sign up link for people that are outside of CyFair are there. All right, so ladies, are y'all there? Can you hear me?
Yes, we're so excited.
Oh, all right. So I think you're good. You might want to boost your volume on your microphone just a little bit if you can do that. If you have a volume control, just a little bit. It could be also my what I have over here. But anyway. All right. There you go.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. And you know what? And so this is going to be fun. All right. So with all the technical challenges that we've had in the district, being able to do this is pretty amazing. So I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna turn it over to you and just go for it. We appreciate you here, and it's yours.
Awesome. We're so excited to be here with you all. We are. Let me share my screen really fast. Okay, can you see our screen? Hopefully that's a yes. Oh, here, I'll look on that.
Yes, we can see you. You're good.
So, okay, good.
Yes, we can see you. You're good.
Yes, okay, it's good. So, yeah. We want to have our faces. Okay. There you go. Okay. So pin our video. Sorry, we're trying to get this all set up. Yeah, the dots. Maybe not. Okay. All right, we'll just make it work. Welcome to our presentation. We're so excited to get started and have everybody joining us. Hey. Oh, well, there's the ad. Yeah. So I'm Kendra Milbern. I am a 5th grade science teacher at Wells Elementary. You can follow me at Kendra Milbern. Oh, here, and my blog is kendramilburn.wordpress.com. And you can follow and see what we're doing at Wells Elementary and learning we're doing at Wells through our hashtag #ExploreWells. And I'm Christine Morgan. I'm a 3rd grade math and science teacher at Kirk Elementary. Our hashtag is #KirkRoar, so follow us and check the Twitter feed for that because we share lots of exciting things around that are happening in the school. My Twitter handle is at Miss_Morgan15, and my email is below it.
And I'm Megan Puckett. Hi. And I am a 11th grade social studies teacher at Bridgeland High School, but I've taught I've taught middle school, and I've taught freshmen. You can follow, I teach at Bridgeland High School. You can follow our hashtag Original Best and see some of the blended learning our teachers are doing there. Follow me on Twitter at Aggie Puckett and my blog, superfanteacher.wordpress.com. Okay, so we wanted to start with talking about what is blended learning. At its core, it's essentially just traditional learning and pedagogy as working with as a hybrid with technology. And so when we're looking at that, you'll see these are different examples from our classrooms. From the left, you see that's Kendra's classroom, I believe.
Yeah, so I have some flexible seating arrangements. I have pillows from IKEA. They're actually dog bed. They got for $10 at IKEA. I have a rug. I have some chairs. It's really simple. I don't go out and spend a ton of money on things. You can find really cheap flexible seating options. And I also have traditional seating. So I have a mixture of traditional seating and flexible seating.
And you can also check Facebook Marketplace. That's where I've gotten a lot of my flex seating, and it's been really cool to find new exciting things for the kids there. So yeah, don't spend lots of money. Just look around and see what you can find.
And then you'll see my classroom. My classroom is on the bottom and to the right. You'll just see that my kids are working at tables. Some of them are traditional seating. Some of them are working on the floor. Some are working at tables that I lowered. It just kind of depends, but all of it, these are all examples of different ways that kids are practicing blended learning. And then also you'll notice that not every kid has a computer in front of them during blended learning. That's something that I feel like is a misconception, that sometimes it's just like the kids are just learning from the computer, but it's so much more than that.
Yeah, so my class is in the middle and we were doing a small group. So that's part of my teacher station and they were interacting there and that's what we were working on that day. So.
And we really just want to get across that it's about student choice in their seating. So allowing them to choose where they work best and what environment they know they can learn the best in.
Yes, and the technology is really a supporting thing that we use to help support students learning and help them, you know, practice in a different way or learn things in a different form. So.
Okay, so why blended learning? So often we hear administrators and stuff talk about how our students need to be engaged, our students need to be engaged, our students need to be engaged. And the truth is, like, kids can be engaged, but that doesn't necessarily, I don't feel like engagement is necessarily as important as our students being empowered. When our students are empowered to take ownership of their learning and really say, I need to figure out how I learn this best. When our students are empowered, they take ownership, and we make this shift from kids just being engaged to students being truly empowered. And when students are empowered, it puts them in the driver's seat of their education.
We're trying to get the volume.
So we saw on the chat that there's some problems with hearing us. So let's
pull the table closer.
Yeah. We're gonna pull it closer, get closer to our faces.
So excited for you.
Hopefully that helps.
Is that better?
Can y'all hear us better now?
Yes. I don't know what that means.
I don't either. We could.
Just beeping at us.
Let's see. Okay. Well.
Oh, they said
how do we stop the test? I hate it. I don't know what's happening, but I hate it.
So I guess mute it, and then I don't know. Sorry, guys, how do we fix it?
Why is it making this noise?
I think you might be in a loop with YouTube. So you might want to go ahead and just, if you can turn your YouTube off, or if you have YouTube going, you might be in a loop. Okay, so I think the sound is completely off now. We can't hear you at all.
Yay! Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
Yay! Okay.
All right. So you might, if you have YouTube open, you might want to mute the video on YouTube. You might be in a loop.
Okay, I'm muted.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're good now.
Sorry about that.
That's not the one I wanted.
Okay. There we go.
We're back.
We have to keep you on your toes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Ha ha ha. So, okay, sorry. So, when we're looking at making the shift from student engagement to student empowerment, when students are empowered, they're put in the driver's seat of their learning. They're the ones who are taking the reins, and blended learning forces them to ask the question, do I understand this? How can I understand this better? What do I need to be my best?
And to be successful, really.
And I think this kind of shifts it from grades to mastery, and it focuses on them actually understanding the material, not just what grades they get on something.
Right. And the kids understanding where they're struggling and how to get better, and having that really choosing what to do to increase their knowledge level on whatever they're working on.
And teaching secondary kids, the one question they always ask is, well, what's for a grade? What do I have to do? And instead, my kids have stopped asking that question because I told them, I was like, here's the thing. You have to do all of it. You need to do all of it. I was like, there's pieces of it I'm going to grade, but if you don't do the pieces that I don't grade, you're not going to learn the material and you're going to struggle on your test. And they kind of learned that the way that I assess them has to do with all of those pieces. Even if I don't grade a certain section, there might be a question from that station or from that activity.
And it's really allowing them to understand how they learn, having that metacognition in that.
Right. And so while we're kind of wrapping up our thoughts here, we do want to ask you guys, what are your fears about blended learning?
Yes, and we're going to check the comments and respond back to you guys.
So any fears or what is stopping you from starting blended learning, or if you've started, have you hit any roadblocks? If you want to type those in the chat, we can answer those. And here are just some that we have heard a lot, and this is from John Spencer's sketch note. We kind of broke apart as we did.
All right, so while we wait for your comments to load, I'm going to go ahead and
move this one because we can't see one of them. Yep, doing the bridge to BL.
There you go.
No, that's my
face. Okay. Yeah. So when I first started blended learning a couple years ago, I really was kind of nervous about it. My principal was like, "Hey, there's this new program, or style of teaching we want you to start." And I was like, "Okay, how do I do it?" And we worked through it. We helped each other, and really, I started very small. I did not jump full force into it because I was afraid of it. Really, I was nervous about going from my comfort zone to this new style that I had never really learned about. And then I realized it's not really about me. It's not my comfort level. It's about what the students need and what's going to help them. So I started with rotations just with one subject. I started with just math, and I started rotations there, and I had 4 of them. And I slowly started to see changes in the students, because at the beginning, they struggled too. They'd never done small group teaching. So we stopped and we went over expectations, and eventually they were rocking it. I said, okay, well, let's try it with science now too. So then we had both subjects integrated into small groups, and slowly started introducing technology and new apps or new tools and websites. And eventually they got the hang of it. And it was amazing, the changes that I saw and how much more ownership they took of their learning. They were more engaged in a way that I had never experienced. And I had just started teaching. I was a year and a half in. And so to see that so early on, it was like, okay, I'm hooked. I'm not going to stop doing this rotation model and now blended learning, because it really does work. And I've seen that slow change in my students, and it's benefiting them. And that's absolutely the goal. So.
Okay, so Meredith asked, said, you're not getting to all the content.
Yeah.
So that is something in science I get a lot of, because it isn't really focused around that blended learning. It's a lot of whole group teach. And so what I've done is I've taken the district curriculum and kind of fit it to it. So at first I started with 1 or 2 things, and I kind of made that into my blended learning approach. Mm-hmm. And I'm actually able to cover more content with blended learning because I'm breaking it down, and I'm able to have more one-on-one time with my students.
And that helps with misconceptions. The kids don't solidify and contain those misconceptions because we catch them sooner. So I totally agree with that. And then go ahead.
And I teach AP classes. I teach K, I teach AP. And a lot of my kids, that's a big fear that teachers have. Well, we have so much content to cover. How on earth are we going to do it? And I teach social studies. So it's not even conceptual sometimes. It's more about all these events and they have to know this, this, and this. But I would argue that blended learning lets your time be more flexible. Your time, I can pull kids in now. I can pull groups of 8, and I pull my juniors in for small group instruction because my kids are so tired their junior year that this second, like I always joke with them. I was like, I'm an entertaining person, but they are like falling asleep as I'm going over instructions. They're just exhausted. And so what I have found is that when I'm blending their learning, when I'm pulling them in for small group for that 20 minutes or 15 to 20, however long I can, when I'm pulling them in for that small group, all of a sudden they are engaged, they're listening, and it's so much more powerful. They feel safer asking questions.
Yes.
That's a big part of it, is they feel safer asking questions. And so my time, like mine usually happens over the course of like a few days, because I can't get 32 kids into a small group in 54 minutes or whatever the time is. In one day, because I'm like, it's really intensive. So sometimes it takes it happening over 2 days, but it allows your time to be more flexible. It's a little bit more of a jigsaw.
Okay, I saw a question about students off task, and I struggle with that even now. And even though, I've done this for a couple of years, I think that's always going to be a concern I even have for myself. Just, to be honest, students they're kids, and they're not, even I get off task sometimes too. And so really it's about having those conversations and being open with the kids about, hey, look, there's things that we might not want to do. There's things that we really do want to do, but what's going to help you be successful? And really just explaining that to them. And eventually they kind of get the hang of it, and they understand, like, I was really on task, and I was really, rocking the group or the grade or whatever it is that they're working on. And then they see the benefit of it. And so, it's.
And we actually talked about this last night, what you started doing in your class to help with their time management, kind of.
So I think the beginning was really hard because they're not used to this model. They have not started with this model. I think in the future it's going to get easier because they're starting earlier and earlier. So when they get to 5th grade, it's really hard because they have never had that blended learning model yet. And so what I've done is I have choice boards and playlists, and so I'll put a time limit on it. So if it is a Flipgrid, I don't want them spending 45 minutes on a Flipgrid, because some students will spend 45 minutes
on a Flipgrid that's supposed to be like a 2-minute Flipgrid.
And they'll go and watch all of the videos.
Right. I keep them at a minute long, minute and a half max. So I put time limits on it. So that helps them self-manage and realize, okay, I need to spend 10 minutes on this, 30 minutes on this. And they're able to have that better time management. And that's going to help them in the future too. Like when I went to college, I had the worst time management because I never had to have time management in school. So this is also
because it was all given to you. Right. I always joke that my 11th graders, they've been learning the same way in school for a decade, and I am moving their cheese real hard by not giving them and handing them exactly what they need and exactly what it looks like, and or exactly like telling them, here's what this is, here's what this is. But we talked about how I went to a training this past week at the TAGIT conference, Texas Association for Gifted and Talented. And they were talking about perfectionists and perfectionism. And one of the ways that we can help our kids, because you have those kids who will spend 45 minutes doing a 1-minute Flipgrid, and it's not even that they're off task. They are in it the whole time, but they want it to be absolutely perfect. And one of the things that this teacher talked about was she's like, I rate the intensity level that I need them to work between a 1 and a 5. And then she's like, and then I give them how many minutes of the human life should this take?
That's pretty cool.
And it helps kids. And she's like, so if it's a 1, it means just get it done. Like sign your name, write it down, check it off, get it done. She's like, and a 5 is a life or death. She's like, there's nothing in school that should ever be a life or death situation. Everything should exist between a 2 and a 4. So that tells them the intensity that they need to approach it. And then she would say, I would tell them an assignment was a 2-15. So this is a level 2 assignment. So kind of be engaged in it. This should only take you 15 minutes. This is how much of the human life that it is worth. Don't go over that. To help kids realize that that's what your teacher expects. Because sometimes I think kids think that their teacher always wants everything they turn in to be 100% perfect.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll even take too long on something because they want to make sure it's the quality that you're you're gonna either,
And that's from the Gifted Guru, Lisa. I will link her name.
We'll find it in there.
Yes.
And also, we're going to show you some playlists that we have where we put them on the board. So they're able to check off when they're done. And then you can also see really quickly who's done what. And you're able to have that classroom management piece of, this person has 3 things done. This person has 1. What can I do to go help them?
And even pulling them aside and saying, hey, what's going on? Checking in with them. And I was also going to say, I actually just yesterday talked to my students about, hey, I know you like playing Education Galaxy. And, I really love that you enjoy the time on there, but let's think about how long you should be on there. You were on there for like an hour. and so talking with them about it and helping them to learn how to better time manage better manage their time. So yes. So.
And it's okay if you fail. So that's one thing that's really important with this.
It is so okay.
It happens all the time.
Every day.
Favorite quote ever I was told about changing the way your classroom moves was by Andy McNair. And she said she was like, I got it from something from it was similar to something Dave Bird just said, but I heard her say it. I attribute it to her. She said, if you can't remember the last time you failed in your classroom, you aren't taking enough risks.
Yes. And Mayor says that to us too.
And your
all the time.
students need to know that you can fail, because then it allows them to fail. And that's so important in life in general, and so teaching them that life skill is super important.
You actually, Megan, she reminded me of something that Miss Mayers was saying. Shout out to Onika Mayers. But she has always said, if you're starting something new, stand and look at the shore, see how the ocean view looks, and then dip your toes in the water. Then once you get a little bit better, go ankle deep, and then slowly going through it so you don't drown. And it's too late, and you feel like you can't overcome it. But yeah, failure is something we've all experienced.
And then T. Fergie asks, do you differentiate your mini lessons? Yes, yes. So I always do a pre-assessment prior to teaching any lesson or unit. So then I can use that data, and I pull that data in, and I look at it and pull my groups. So I always do a pre-assessment, because not all kids are always going to be my low kids or my high kids. Right. They're always going to be mixed up. So I always have that data, then I can pull small groups. Yesterday, he had the Ed Camp idea.
I went to a session, and they had a teacher from South Lake Carroll High School, actually, and she was doing ed camps with her students and having her students choose and create their own ed camps. I've also had kids, like I put like numbers on the board, like 7, 10, 20. And I had them go up. I was like, okay, I'm calling everyone up for small group. Go up to the board, write your name under where you'd like me to call you. And so the kids went to the back board, and if they needed to see me for 7 minutes for a check-in, 10 minutes for an overview, and then like 20 minutes was, I'm feeling super lost and I need help.
That's a really good idea.
And I had the kids go up and just say what they needed. And if they didn't write their name up there, they're saying, I'm good, I got it. And then I tried to check off at the very end. I looked at those, I brought those kids up. I was like, so we're good. Do you have any questions? You know what this is? And kind of did a brief assessment with them to ensure that they understood what they were doing.
So it's having them own their learning as well. It's that student ownership. Okay. You want to go?
Yes. Okay, so the structures for blended learning. So really it's about path, place, and pace. So place is really structuring, like it says on there, your room to be somewhere where kids are comfortable and they're able to take risks and collaborate with other students. And if they're not comfortable, they're not going to have open conversations and understand, where they are, like you were talking about, and if they need help and how to talk about it with you. Path is really how long it's going to take some students to, or all students really to attain mastery. So some of them might take a little bit longer, some might be a little bit faster, and then it also allows them to have more of a choice in providing that opportunity for them. And then pace is personalizing the kids and really having open conversations with each other and getting the kids to understand the pace that they should be working on. And like I actually told my kids this yesterday too, some of you guys are going to work faster. Some of you guys are at that level. And I said, some of you guys, y'all need me to help, solve through these new math problems we're working on, and it's okay. And so having them understand that it's okay to be slower or work a little bit differently than somebody else. So and just being open and talking about it.
And also when you look at we've included the quote, everybody's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it's stupid. Mm-hmm. That's a great thing to tell kids too, is that just because you may not pick this up as quickly as someone else, you could probably, like, maybe you can do a cartwheel quicker than that, like learn how to do that better. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't learn it. And we actually put it place, path, place, because in our mind, when we were setting this up, that's kind of the order that like you would structure. You structure your room first. Is your room a place where kids can learn?
And allowing them to have input in that too, and changing things up and
having
that's
ownership.
And that's kind of like almost like the stages I would go through. Like first, is my room ready? The second, okay, how are my kids achieving mastery? And then how am I personalizing this per kid?
Right, and start small. Do not try to do this all for a whole unit.
Please don't.
It will stress you out to no end. Just
and you're gonna feel like you failed.
One lesson, a two-day lesson, and see.
And if it doesn't go, and if you're like, oh my gosh, that went terribly, don't focus on what the things you think that went wrong. Say, okay, what went right, and what did the kids like? Because maybe it was definitely
feedback,
and maybe you ask them, maybe you focus on what did they really enjoy, because maybe there was one station that they really liked, so they stayed there a long time, and they stayed there longer than they should have. And so I had another thought too, but I'll jump in a minute.
Yeah, asking kids for feedback. You know, what could we do differently? What's something that you did like? What's something you didn't like? How could we do it?
I always tell my kids, quit talking to each other about how frustrated you are with the class, because talking to each other doesn't change how you're learning. I was like, talk to your teacher about learning, especially with secondary kids. They want to sit back and complain sometimes, like, well, this teacher does this. I was like, have you talked to them about that? Like, well, no. And I was like, then how do you expect it to change? I tell my kids all the time, if you don't tell me what's wrong, I can't fix it.
Right. And I was going to say, yes, and focus on what did go right. And then always know that there's a backup plan. Plan A didn't work. Okay, there's plan B. Reach out and ask people for help too. I mean, and collaborating with each other and other educators really is a good idea. And it really does help. I mean, Twitter is incredible. And it's a place, I mean,
that's how we found each other.
That's how we found each other, and that's how we connected. And it's been great. It really has. And there's messages that like I go back and forth on Twitter with people talking about, what could I do differently? What are you trying? Okay, let's connect and collaborate that way. And it's really a good tool to use.
Yeah, so. And these next 4 bullet points is kind of the path. So what do you do? How do you start creating these? So I always start with a learning goal in mind. And that's something that Eric Schinniger has really pushed at our campus, is the learning goal. What are they trying to achieve? What they need to be able to master by the end? And then how many stations or how many steps? I would start no more than 3 to 4. Don't go overboard. Start, even if it's just half and half.
Don't try to do like 6. Like that's like, that will be overwhelming.
Yeah, so
half and half is a good idea too.
I started when I taught middle school, I tried it for a unit, and I did half mini lesson, half something else. So then we would switch halfway between class. So it's not as overwhelming for the kids as well. Because especially in secondary, they're going to be like, I don't know what to do, because they've never had this before.
And they've been in school longer doing some of the same things over and over again. So,
and then utilize our district curriculum. We have awesome curriculum, especially in elementary. Use it. Take textbook materials, take lesson ideas, and put it in a station rotation model. ELA teachers do a really good job about stations, and it's really easy to make that into math and science. Ask your ELA teachers how they do it. They have really good lessons, especially primary. Primary does an amazing job with stations. Go and observe one of your kinder and first grade classrooms. They have amazing ideas on how to rotate and how to do that.
And a lot of their stuff can be adapted for older kids. Like there's certain things I've done with my kids that they're like, oh, I haven't played with wick sticks since elementary school. My juniors lost their minds playing with them. They got so excited.
Right, and use small group. So whenever I do a choice board or a playlist, sorry. Oh, you Discord, I think. You can.
If they could hear it, yeah.
Use small groups. I always have a small group station in my choice board. So when I pull them for small group, they don't feel like they're missing out on time to complete something. And I pull every single kid. I pull my low kids, my bubble kids, my high kids. I always pull something because I want them to achieve that next level. Even if they have mastery on it, I want to push them and have that critical thinking piece in there.
Somebody said they're still down. Are you coming back?
Brian. Okay.
All right, so now the structures for blended learning.
Okay, so this is kind of, especially teaching history, it can be hard sometimes when you're trying to send kids on stations about reform movements and they don't really understand the time period that they're going into and they're going in blind. And so I've done it before where I've had the kids read like a short article for like 10 to 12 minutes. And I say, okay, guys, this is a brief overview. And when I say brief overview, I make sure that like, I'm not giving them a collegiate level, like textbook that's like, you should be able to read this in 10 minutes. It's 33 pages. Like, no, it's like, I've cut it down to be sure that this is going to get them the gist. They need to have their intake. They have an intake, then they have a process. The intake is their initial contact with the material, and maybe it's even just an overview. Maybe it's a video, maybe it's a reading, maybe it's a slideshow, maybe it's me going over it with them as a mini lesson at the top of class. And then the process is how do they process the material? I've done it with a short podcast, related news articles, primary source analysis, annotations, giving them a paper and having them annotate the sides of it. And then that should happen with everything that you're doing, with every content you have, give them a way to process it. And then lastly, after they've intaken, they've processed, using kind of more holistically and more of a cumulative movement, we have them create something with it. So I'll have them, I had kids before, I asked them, and they thought I was crazy, but I said, I used classroomscreen.com to create like a list of the presidents we had just covered and their foreign presidents we had just covered, and had like them come up in pairs. And I they got randomly selected their president. They had to build that president's foreign policy with Legos. And they go, how do I do that? And I was like, great question. And because sometimes our kids get really hung up on what answer are you looking for? What answer are you looking for? And we forget that sometimes that's not what it's about. They need to feel free to kind of experiment on their own. Mm-hmm. And then I was tutoring a girl after the fact, and we were in tutoring before the test. And I said, okay, well, what was this one? She was like, oh, that was that like the carry big stick. That was the big stick diplomacy, right? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, that's from that Lego thing that we did. I was like, yeah, it is. And she was like, I didn't think that was actually going to work. I didn't think that was going to help me. Teacher, and I was like, it's weird. It's like, sometimes I know what I'm doing. But kids are suspicious of this sometimes, especially secondary, because like I said, we're moving their cheese. Yeah. We're making learning entirely different.
Yeah, we're changing everything.
And so it kind of helped her in that moment go like, oh, the things that she's having us do are really helping us. And then on the far right, so I was out for 4 of the 5 days this week. 1 day shadowing an administrator, and then 3 days at a conference, at the Puckett conference. And so I created a playlist on the front part of the packet. That's what this is right here. And that was just kind of to help my kids know their path, because I do have digital playlists, but my kids are like, they're such phobies sometimes. They'll sit there and be like, oh, I can't figure it out. Like, how? I can't open this up on my phone. I'm like, you have to have the app. I can't download that app. Fortnite's taking up too much space. Like they lose their minds a little bit. And so I gave them a paper playlist. They were like, thank you. This was really good. And I asked myself, I was like, how are they doing? She was like, there were days that like, I had to walk around to make sure that they like worked so intensely. And I was like, did they like the coloring? She's like, they loved the coloring, because I let them color on parts of it. It was
and then Rotunda, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, asked about how you use blended learning in small groups, and we'll be talking about a couple of strategies and apps that we use for that. Oh, whoops, did I go? Whoops, sorry.
Okay, so I'll do the metaphor. Okay, so when we're looking at this, we kind of came up with a metaphor of, I heard the term playlist a lot before I actually knew what it was. And essentially though, a playlist is if the lessons and activities in your classroom are a soundtrack, then the playlist gives students the power to change the song. They get to curate their list. They get to play DJ in that sense. They get to decide when a song has played enough, and they get to move on. They get to decide how loud it's being played. They're the curator of the soundtrack that you have, but you have put everything in there. And then a choice board is if the lessons and activities in your class are apps on an iPad, then a choice board lets kids choose what they want to play. you're the one who sat there and you've curated your iPad with all the apps that they have access to, but they get to choose how they do it. Same with the playlist. You've curated the activities. They get to decide what song they're going to play next.
Then you're giving them ownership. Like, this is you. This is, I already created this. It's more
These
work.
are my suggestions,
And it's work on the back half, on the front half, but then it's, when you're in class, there's so much more you can do with them.
It's so much more interaction with them.
Right. And if you click on the iPad, we're not going to show you that right now, but we created a Google slide of a ton of different playlists and choice board templates that we use in our own classroom. And that people at Wells do. I have one from Lauren Bowman there, and then she has some from people at Kirk.
And we're always going to add, we're going to continue to add as they come up and as
so
they share with
we
us.
called it the CyFair Blended Learning.
It's just, it's bit.ly and then CFISD BL.
And we'll
get on the next, it's on the next slide. All right, these are some examples, and so
for elementary. So these are some examples that I have done and that Christine have done in the classroom. So the first one is a choice board. Choice boards are my favorite thing to do in the classroom. For me, they work really well with science. So for this one, if you click on that link, it will take you to the picture. It'll take you to that choice board, and it'll show you what it looks like. So I have stars on mine. So for this particular one, each of those squares is linked to a slide, which gives instructions. And then I have yellow stars and red stars. The yellow stars were day one. For day one, they had to get those boxes done. Day two, they had to do the red stars. Then the other ones were the optional ones. So after they finished the required ones, they got to do those other choices. And I have a small group in there, so they are filling in a square when they're done, so they don't feel that anxiety of I didn't get something done, I have less time. It's something they have to get done.
Okay, so the middle one is one that it's on the link. It's in the slide that's linked below, but there's several different versions of it. And in this one, the student names were listed, and the color-coded boxes they're purple. So where it says reflection on Google Form, I actually would color code them based on what the kids chose. The kids actually provided suggestions and said, hey, we want the ones that you want to be super important to be this color. And so they had the choice in the colors because they were the ones that needed to know what those colors represented. And so they would go up to it, and it was on the board. I had it posted on the Promethean board. And so they would go up to it, and when they were done with something, they would do the check down and press done.
And I actually used this with my high school students as we were preparing for the AP test, and they had activities and they loved it. They loved getting
the visual, I think, too.
It was the visual. They liked seeing kind of where everybody else was. And then I gave them genius gems, like little stick-on like jewels. And I told them, or give them early emeralds. That's what I called them. I stuck it on a paper and gave them a sticker, and they were like, whoa. I was like, way to be an early emerald because you get your work done early. Oh. And they like lost their minds.
Well, so you're a little fancy. I need to start doing that. I need to get my game. But also in part of that, the kids actually, in my second grade class last year, we started doing that actual example. And it was really cool to see second graders doing that, because my partner teacher and I were like, well, are they really how's it gonna go? We were like, let's just try it. Let's just see what happens. And they loved it. And it really did help them because they could see it up there, and they would say, hey, Ms. Morgan, it's not working. I can't click on it. And so they would catch it if it was, I don't know, if it wasn't linked or anything, if the formatting was wrong or whatever. So then on this, the far, I guess it's the right, it's okay. I thought the camera was flipped, sorry, but that's one of my examples of a rotation and for math. And so what I did is, this is one slide. And so I had team captains, and I had somebody in charge of sharpening pencils. And so that's what the color coded was. But I used the letters for time. So teacher, independent, me and a partner, and electronic. And that was something that Ms. Sloan, one of my coworkers, actually introduced to me a couple years ago. And I thought that was the easiest way for the kids and I to understand what the station was going to be about. So if it said independent, that they knew that it was by themselves. And if it was with a partner, then they could use a partner for whatever activity or game or whatever it is that was there. And so, I chose very carefully what the activities were. So it wasn't just, oh, let's just play a game. They might have thought it was a game, and they might have thought of it that way, but they're actually learning the process. And so when I chose the activities, and I think all of us are very careful of what we're choosing to help provide for the students to do, because it's not just here, go play. It's really meaningful, even if they don't understand that they're learning in the process. It's, it's purposeful.
Yeah, and so the middle one is a Google Sheet, and I have this up on my board. So when it's on my board, I do a split screen, and I have Classroom Screen, which is a website that I use constantly. It's awesome.
Yes.
I'll put it in the chat. And they go and click done. So then for me, I can see, hey, this person's done 1, this person's done 2, this person's already done, and moving on to the extension activity.
Okay, sorry, we're all right. More events are happening in the game. So these are 3 different secondary blended things that I've done. The first one was a station rotation model, where where we did station 1 together, which was all of the kids. And if you click on each of these, it'll take you to that activity, and the handout is linked. The handout that the kids had is also linked with it. Station 1 we did together, and I gave them, like, I said, okay, I'm gonna give you, for the Articles of Confederation, I'm gonna give you 12 minutes to just intake. And so that was kind of their warm up, was their intake piece. And then I started calling kids up. They had primary source document analysis, and then like outside they were given a bunch of different terms, and they had to group and organize the terms. And then film into 3 groups, and then film a Flipgrid explaining why they grouped them and how they did. The Westward expansion playlist was just kind of different methodologies. One of them is there's a video. The Westward expansion playlist that's in the middle was just kind of an activity for them to work through again. I had a sub those days, and that's the other one, the abolition and slavery during the antebellum era. That's the most recent 2 that I've made. And for the Frederick Douglass one, you see it says like intake is, it says like video, required video. The process is a podcast. Then there's a video, and then there's another article. Sometimes I'll actually cut down the articles. I go to Google Docs, and I kind of cut them down and orchestrate them so that they're most efficient for my kids. Because I will say this, my students are very, they want their time to be used very efficiently and very effectively. And if they feel like their time is being wasted, they get very frustrated. And so, and I hold them to that. We feel that way too as educators a lot of times. With the Articles of Confederation stations, and very often, even when I give them a playlist of here are the activities you have to get done, within that, there's generally a time that I am pulling them, and I tell them during your week, sometime I'm going to be pulling you in for 20 minutes to do a small group. And they know that they have to get their stuff done coupled with my lecture piece, whatever that would be, because that was something my kids really missed. Is they said, I really wish we had more of a lecture piece, because when you're pulling us in for these like 10-minute small groups or 8-minute small groups, I feel like I'm not getting as much as I could. And so listening to that and kind of trying to be mindful of that, I extended it to about the 15 to 20 minutes with those kids, and I just do it over a few days. And then I pull them in at the end of the week for short questions that they have for me based on all the stations that they've done so far.
Okay, these are our tools for blended learning, our favorite tools, and what we use all the time in our class.
Yeah, so Edpuzzle is really one of my favorites. And within that, if you find, so the students can't see YouTube, which is good, for many reasons, but within Edpuzzle, they do pull from YouTube for videos that they have provided. So I use ClipGrab with Edpuzzle. So basically ClipGrab is an app that you can download onto your computer.
It's on Avanti. So
yes.
In Avanti, if you're in CyFair, you can download ClipGrab from Avanti.
Yes, and so basically you copy a YouTube link that you find, and you can download and you grab the clip from YouTube, and it downloads it and exports it, and then you can upload it to Edpuzzle and add questions. You can see how many times the kids have watched a certain part of the video. You can add multiple choice questions. You can add voiceovers. You can add comments or open-ended questions. And it really is a good tool to see, what are the kids having to hear or listen to more frequently or more often. And then you can kind of use that data and pull from there. So.
It's really easy to grade as well and
yes.
show mastery. So for Pear Deck is my favorite tool. I use it all the time for a small group especially. It's an add-on in Google Slides, and you can add different question types to the slides. You present it to your students, and then they can do draw slides, text slides, draggables, a ton of different things. On their website, they have a ton of PD on Pear Deck, and I will add my resource to my Pear Deck presentation. I did an ISD last year about that. But it's really awesome because you can also post those their answers to Google Classroom, and it's personalized to them. So whatever they did on Pear Deck, they have a copy of in Classroom.
Yes, and also with Edpuzzle, I was going to add, I record like mini lessons that I would do with the kids, or extra. Basically, I would provide a tool for the kids to help them if they needed help solving a question, or if it's a guided practice question that they might need help with, FAQ questions maybe in their science notebook or their science book. Just use it tons of ways. I don't even always use it just for YouTube videos. I create videos myself, which goes to you.
So a few things that I like to use. One of my favorites, it was Screencastify. I use that frequently to make videos. I used it while I was out with a sub. While I was out this week for 4 days, I went through and I explained. I went through and I explained, here's what you're going to do. Here's what this looks like. So the kids could click on a quick video of instruction from me, and they could see this. I would see the same screen that they had in front of them. And then there's like a little, just like on here, there's a video of me being embedded. Another one that I really love is ListenWise. ListenWise is amazing, amazing, amazing. It is a podcasting, but the podcasts aren't like 40-minute podcasts. I have friends who are like, yeah, I had my kids listen to a podcast in class, but it was like a 35-minute podcast. I was like, no. That is all. That's going to be terrible. Yeah. But especially if you're engaging in action-based learning, giving them a podcast and letting them walk around as they listen to it is amazing. So ListenWise has a podcast, and they're usually about like under 10 minutes usually. I found one on Frederick Douglass that was like 4.5 minutes. And then they had, that was 4.5 minutes. And then they give you questions to ask, like questions you can ask, and then like more in-depth questions. PBS Learning also has some stuff. That's where I found some cool videos. But Flipgrid also, I use Flipgrid all the time, have my kids create videos. I know that some people use Seesaw instead of that, because all of the videos are a little bit more accessible to kids, as though it's in a journal of things.
And they can choose kind of how they post too, which is what Seesaw's really
And if you get the premium version of ListenWise, it also goes along with the ELPs and gives you transcripts for everything.
Ah, that's good.
So that's, and also Manny just did a session, or a video about the Flipgrid. So we are out of time. So thank y'all so much for joining us. I hope y'all learned something. If y'all have any questions, please message us on Twitter. Yes. We're very active. Email us, message us on Twitter, whatever you need.
Hunt us down if you have a question.
Yeah. We're here. And also, if we don't respond to your email right away and you have a question you want us to answer, we are not people who are like, man, if you email us twice, we get like really concerned and stressed out. It likes a helpful reminder.
Yes.
Like gentle reminders to stay on task.
And that's fine. Consistent. Just like the kids, you got to remind them to get on task. But thank you so much for joining us, and feel free to reach out like we said. And we're going to go back through the comments and make sure that we touched on them if we haven't yet. And that's all for now. See you soon. Bye.
Thank you, ladies. We appreciate it.
Yes, of course.
All right, y'all have a great Saturday.
You too.
All right, guys. Hey, don't forget that you can get this presentation in the YouTube chat. And so that the link to that presentation was shared. And so that you can make sure that you get all the links and all the things that they were talking about, right? All right, so here in a few minutes, we are going to start dropping the link for our last presentation. We have Janae Johnson's going to be joining us and going to be talking about equatIO. And so we're very excited about that. That's new in our district, or at least it's been opened up like Read and Write has been. And so it's definitely something that is very beneficial. So we know that the registration links are going to be dropped into the YouTube chat, so you can go ahead and register for that. But we do have about 12 minutes where you can go ahead and remember, go over to Twitter and search for the hashtag EdTechLive, and you can do the Twitter challenge and enter that prize, enter to win a prize. And then also, just kind of engage. You might want to, some of the people, the presentations that you've seen today, you might not be following them on Twitter. You might want to make sure that you're following them. And then you can also follow CyFair EdTech, because we're always pushing out things that are helpful to teachers that are out there on Twitter. So we want you to make sure that you're following us. And then also, I know I haven't mentioned it yet, but you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. So as you're watching, just right below it, there's a red subscribe button. You can click that. And that way you are connected with the CyFair EdTech YouTube Live. And so if we ever do anything, you are notified of that. All right, so like I said, we have about 10 minutes before we come back on with our final presentation. Make sure that you register, go ahead and take care of yourself, get yourself another drink, whatever you might need to get ready for this last presentation. And so we'll be coming on really, really soon. All right, thanks so much, and we will see you shortly.
Parts of it. I mean, what kid's not engaged by that?
The students log into the ClassFlow site and then use their teacher's code, and they're connected to whatever the teacher has up here. So it's like a way they can communicate.
With ClassFlow, when you get to learn from each other and you kind of understand more what's going on, because everyone's kind of more interactive.
It's way easier for everyone to connect because when you're raising your hand, the teacher doesn't have enough time to call on all of us, but when you use ClassFlow, everyone can write their own response.
I can take a poll and actually send this card onto their screen and they can answer it from there. So they can take their friends' questions and actually send it back on to them, and they can talk more about it and expand their knowledge with each other.
the debate, do we just ask questions to each other?
Yes, so after you finish reading your debate, then you can ask each other questions.
Make sure you have all 3 headings as well.
Vision was originally to improve the intelligibility in the classroom so that every child would hear every word. What we found over time was all children benefited from this low volume, high intelligible technology that we could put in the classroom.
The AP test that you guys are going to be doing your practice on.
I'm not usually able to hear if I'm in the back of the class, and being able to have the microphone helps if there's people working on other projects and such. Being able to have the microphones sitting out in the flex space here, can help, and we can ask her questions through that so she doesn't have to get up and leave the class.
Are you stuck between 2 answers?
I'm stuck between 2 answers. I have a question about one of the vocab words.
Go ahead.
I can hear their conversations. I can drop in. They can ask questions. It stretches out your reach and allows you especially to reach some of your kids who might be afraid to speak up in a larger context.
I like to just talk to her in this so that it can kind of be private.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
And a lot of times when you walk up to a group, the group stops talking or the dynamics change completely. When you walk away from that group, it takes a lot of energy for those brains to get back on track. And with our pods, they're able to check in from afar, and then they know whether they need to intervene or just back off.
The rooms are quieter. The kids are much more engaged in what's going on in the classroom because they can hear and they can work in groups. And then they have their teacher button push away. So the teachers are really, really loving it.
The active panel actually lets you do real life things on it, and it's basically a big whiteboard but with a computer setting. The active panel also allows students to write on it. There can be up to 2 to 3 students on the active panel writing at the same time, and they're able to actually see their stuff that appears on the board.
Once we come in and we show them the interactivity, like how they can pull up a 3D model of something, they can see an actual heart beating from every angle, and then they can zoom in on the different parts of it. What kid's not engaged by that?
The students log into the ClassFlow site and then use their teacher's code, and they're connected to whatever the teacher has up here. So it's a way they can communicate.
With ClassFlow, when you get to learn from each other and you kind of understand more what's going on, because everyone's kind of more interactive.
It's way easier for everyone to connect, because when you're raising your hand, the teacher doesn't have enough time to call on all of us, but when we use ClassFlow, everyone can write their own response.
I can take a poll and actually send this card onto their screen, and they can answer it from there. So they can take their friends' questions and actually send it back on to them, and they can talk more about it and expand their knowledge with each other.
All right, everyone, I hope you are ready for our final presentation. Hey, I saw the link for the registration to our final presentation in the YouTube chat. So hopefully you are signing up for that. You have signed up for that. So our next presenter is Janae Johnson, and she's going to be talking about equatIO. So I'm going to go ahead and bring her in. And just because I know that there is a little bit of a delay and I want to make sure that we can hear her and everything is going to go smooth. Hey, Janae, can you hear me? Well, hold on. There you go. I think it's unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. All right. So the volume in your microphone might seems just a little low. You might want to bring it a little closer to you if you can do that. And that way everybody on YouTube can hear you and go from there.
How's that?
All right. That seems to be a little bit better. Go ahead and talk one more time for me.
Hello.
Okay. All right. All right. So I think you're good. I'm going to go ahead and stop talking. I'm going to turn it over to you, and so you can wow us about equatIO.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hi, my name is Janae Johnson, and I am a secondary math curriculum coach for the district. I've been in the district this is my 10th year, but this is my 5th year as a coach. Today, I'm just going to be showing you a few things, some basic functions dealing with equatIO. And equatIO is a digital math application. It's an extension through Google. The first thing I want to show you is a video on what equatIO is. We don't hear anything. How do we do it? Stop share right here. And share again. Share. Look in the left here.
Keyboard or touch screen, and equatIO will convert it into...
Sorry about that.
In today's classrooms, students are more likely to pick up their devices rather than a pen and paper to complete an assignment. But what about math and STEM subjects? Have they been left behind in today's interactive, collaborative world? Teachers and students still rely on classroom whiteboards and physical handouts to do their work. That's because writing math expressions digitally has always been hard, until now. At Texthelp, we break down barriers to more effective teaching and learning for students at all levels, and now across all subjects. And we finally made digital math super simple with equatIO. Made to help mathematics and STEM teachers and students at all levels, equatIO lets everyone create mathematical equations, formulas, and more directly on their computer. Simply type or handwrite any expression on your keyboard or touch screen, and equatIO will convert it into accurate digital math. Then add it to Microsoft Word or G Suite apps with a click. Not sure what expression to use? equatIO can help, instantly turning your thoughts into clear on-screen formulas. And it listens, too. When you dictate a formula aloud, equatIO is smart enough to ignore any ums, ers, and other non-math words. V equals pi r squared h. Using equatIO MathSpace, our friendly web app, students can complement their math with sketches, diagrams, and other annotations. It's great for showing their thinking, just like they would on a worksheet. Students can then share their work instantly with their teachers or other students for increased feedback and collaboration, letting everyone make math together like never before. Much more than a replacement for pen and paper, equatIO makes math and other STEM subjects more engaging and rewarding for every student. Try equatIO today and make math digital in your classroom.
Okay, so that's just a little snippet of what equatIO can do. Before we get started, I wanted to show you all where the different resources are. There's two different places. If you're within the CyFair district, the resources can be found at this link right here. And if you would like, you can go there now, and it's bit.ly/CyFair CFISD EdTech on demand. And when you go there, you would come to this page. As you scroll down this page, you will actually find an icon for equatIO. And once you click it, you get all these wonderful resources, different videos, such as how to use equatIO on Google Docs, which I am going to show you a little bit today. I'm using it in forms, but all of this is great resources. Another place where you can also find resources would be on the YouTube channel. So Texthelp is actually the creator of this. And if you go to the actual page, I've already subscribed to this page, but you can subscribe to their channel, and they have tons of videos, even pertaining to their other applications that can help you. So those are just two great places for resources. Okay, so the first thing I want to show you is how can you actually access equatIO. equatIO has been pushed to both teachers and students. Students will automatically find it as soon as they sign in to their Google Drive. It will see it at the top in their extensions, and it's just a little blue diamond icon. As far as the teachers, you would have to actually go to your apps. From here, you would click Web Store. Now this is where you go different. Normally when you want extensions, we normally just click here and search the store. But since CyFair actually purchased this for us, you will go down to where it says CFISD staff apps. And it will be in this location for you. The reason why you don't see it on my screen is because I've already installed it on my computer. But see, like I have it installed Read and Write, so it's right here for me. So once you install that, it will just pop up into your extensions, and you will always have that in this little toolbox area. Okay, so now I'm going to get into the meat, into the fun things of the application. equatIO can be used in various Google applications, such as Google Drawings, Docs, Google Sheets, Slides, and Forms. Today, I'm just going to show you a few things on how you can actually implement it and create, and how your students can create, first using a Google Drawing. So first is an example that I made. Here's an example of a Google Drawing. And Google Drawing is basically, you just get one slide. The students can use that to either like match things together or draw a picture. Here, I actually just use the equatIO. I click the extension, and I just use the graph editor to insert this linear equation. And then I just added a text box. Something like this would be great for as an exit ticket or an entrance ticket for students. This would be great for like a checkpoint. This item can be inserted into Google Classroom, and then you can make that as a copy for your students so they can actually type on this. So this is just one example in Google Drawing. I'm going to show y'all examples first, and then towards the end, we'll get into how to actually make some of these. I wanted to also tell you, the good thing about equatIO, when you insert this graph, it's connected to Desmos, and Desmos is a math website Some of y'all might have heard of Dan Myers, and it allows students to insert functions, explain their thinking about math. So it's really cool that equatIO and Desmos is connected together. I know in middle school we use Desmos quite a bit. Another that I have is slides. Now normally when I've made things before for teachers, I've had to take a snippet of the pictures or a snippet of the graph. And what's great about equatIO, I don't have to do that. So I was able to actually create this picture through equatIO math spaces. And that is this little box. Got it. That's this little box right here. And that's where the teacher or the students can draw great pictures. They can even insert things such as parallel and transversal lines. They can insert protractors to measure angles. And I'll show you a little bit more of that. But what's cool about this, I didn't have to snip it. I didn't have to try to change the color of the background. I just insert it through equatIO. The next example that I have is a Google Doc. Now, we all know dealing with Google Docs, normally when they come in, they come like this. We have to bring them in, they come like Word. And then if I was to actually convert it, these inequalities, they would not show up. These different fractions, they would not show up in the file. So this is like a lifesaver because now you can use, recreate this worksheet digitally. So it will actually look like this. I was able to just copy and paste the actual words from the Word doc. And then here are my actual equations. Through equatIO, you can insert equations one at a time, but you're also able to do them all together. So I was able in one equatIO screen, type in all 4 of those equations and insert. Then I was able to create this picture. Once again, this was through Math Spaces. Insert that picture, this was actually pretty fun. I can't wait to show y'all this. But I could insert the side lengths of the right triangle. And then we all know that students, we do a lot of modeling for equations. So I was able to recreate the model digitally. Again, look how clean it looks. It doesn't look like snips of pictures. You don't see the outlines. It looks like an entire document. And I think that's what's great about it. My last example, I have a couple of these. You can also do it in forms. This is one form that I made for 7th grade. And this form is actually a level up form. So the students are able to see different questions based off their levels. But what's cool about it is, again, normally I had to have a snippet of this graph. So that means I would have to go to TI Interactive, create the graph, take the picture, a lot of steps. But with equatIO, I will show y'all how we can just insert this graph. It pops right up, including any type of fractions, equations. And now this was the frustration when I started first making forms for teachers. It looked great on this end, but when the students had to come in, for example, for a 3-at-1 class, when the students were getting ready to respond, they couldn't type in the quadratic equation, or they couldn't type in the fractions. And it was very frustrating, but now they can. So I'm gonna show y'all an example of this is the exit ticket. So the question is, what is the equation of the given linear function? So the students now will see this blue box here. And what's cool about it is they will click that box. And yes, it's going to turn red, but it's required. But I want to include my equation. So here I clicked on equation editor and I can just type in my equation. Please forgive me because I'm not going to do the correct one. I just want to type it so you can see what it looks like. I think it was this. So once the student put in their answer, they'll hit Insert Math. And then here they ask to create a graph with a slope of 1/2 and a y-intercept of 4. So again, the student will click on Insert Math. They do tend to keep up the previous, but that's totally fine because here I want to insert my graph because I'm creating a graph with a slope of 1/2. So I click on Graph Editor. You see how it took me to Desmos. And then I'm going to type in my function. So it's 1/2. And I had a slope of 1/2 and a y-intercept of 4. Then once the student create their function, what's cool about this, watch this, you can move this graph. So I wanted to see more of my function. So I'm going to move it like that and then insert. So once the student insert, they'll hit submit and all those red boxes disappear. On the teacher side, once you go to your responses, you'll see it as a summary, but I like this. When you click on individual, you can actually see what the individual students did. So this is my response from last night. So here I can see, oh, okay, they have their equation to match their function. And great, they created the graph for me. In the past, the students would not have been able to do this. So I really think this is a great function of equatIO. Okay, so now I'm going to show you all how we can actually create these items. And the first one I wanted to show you was the drawing. So for you will always just start from your drive. I'll take a new. Drawing is going to be in the More section, Google Drawings. I'm going to just put a title here. Okay, yes, I teach math. Okay, so on this exit ticket, I'm going to want the students to be able to tell me, like, what's the slope of a line. So first, I'm going to go to my extensions where it says equatIO. And it's always going to pop at the bottom of your screen. Since I'm inserting a graph, I go to Graph Editor. And it connects you to Desmos automatically, which is fantastic. So I'm just going to create a function. Okay. I want the students to be able to see a little bit more of this graph. So I'm going to actually, on this side here, if you notice, you have your different tools. You can either zoom in or zoom out. But in this case, I want to zoom out just a little bit. I'll take it a little bit. So that way I can make sure they see the meat of the function. And then all I do is hit Insert Graph. Voila. It's so simple. So from here, you can stretch it out to fill in your screen. And then if you want, you can add a text box with your questions. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to insert text box, or I can click this icon right here. What is the slope of the given linear function? I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, bold it. Oops, too big. That's good. Let's make it a little bit smaller so they can see more of the function and give them more capabilities. That's better. And then guess what? That's it. From here, I could easily go and just get the sharing link and put it like in my Google Classroom for the students, or I can just give them the link from here. I like the Google Classroom idea better because we can have them make a copy, and then that way they can actually type in on here. So like if I actually gave this to the students and they wanted to give me the slope from here, let me get out. In order to get out of equatIO, you could just re-click on the extension at the top and it disappears at the bottom. Which now shows that I want to extend that more. Great. So once the students get it, now they can answer the question. Okay, so they could easily just click on the extension, click on equation editor. They could say m equals -3. Insert the math. If you click on equation editor again, that little box will disappear, and then there's the answer right there. They could even, another way they could have done it, they could have done handwriting recognition. So the students could have taken their finger and actually said m equals -3. And if you noticed, let me get out of this for you. I'll try that again. And do you see how it created it for them off to the side? So it could go either way. They can either type it in or write it in. They can also, let's see if it'll work for me. Oops. They can also actually use the speech input. So they could click on that. M equals -3. And do you see how it came off to the side? So there's 3 different ways they can do it: speech, type, or handwriting. Okay, so that's the example on how to create the drawing. The next one I want to show you all is, I want to go to the doc so I can show you all how to use more of the math spaces. That's pretty cool. So what we're going to do from here, I'm going to get out of this and I'm just going to click on New Google Docs. And I know that, okay, let's go back to our example that we had before of Pythagorean theorem. So let's say that I wanted the students to find a side length of a triangle. So the first thing I would do is go to equatIO. This is where math space. So you click on insert math space. And this kind of takes away the capability of having to use the whiteboard. So now you can create here. So I want to insert a triangle. Look at all these great shapes. So this is your shape icon and they have your basic, but they also have, when you click on the more shapes, like this is like a math heaven. 3D shapes, fantastic. They could draw different, like if you wanted them to show slope, an example of slope, they could draw an airplane with an arrow. Or they could draw skiing. There's so many different options here. If you come down further, they can actually create different coordinate planes with or without the arrow ticks, whether it be 5 or 10. And they can create fraction bars. Fantastic. And then for our, we have the fraction circles. So we can easily have, like, show them a fraction and have them asking what fraction is being given. So I like this one too. The parallel lines of the transversal. Our 8th graders are actually going through that now. And that's great because we could put that up there and then insert, I'll show you this. So like we could draw one. But then in the smart shapes, excuse me, it's actually a protractor. So we could then have a protractor on here and it has the different degrees. And off to the side, you can actually change the different settings of it. So that way the students can use this and measure the angles. It's like awesome. Okay, so just to show you real quick how I did the Pythagorean theorem. I just went to the shapes, grabbed a triangle. Up here at the very top is your toolbar. And what I've noticed is this color seems to be general, so you can change that. So you can change the fill. You can, now I like this because if y'all have the little dot, have this color pick eyedropper, like if I have a color that I like somewhere else, I can use that and then copy the code. So I really like you have that capabilities. But right now I'm just going to fill it in. I'm going to choose a pretty little teal. And it fills in for me. I can stretch this out however long I would like it to be. Okay. Now for a right triangle, I want the students to know that it's for sure 90 degrees. So I'm going to insert a little square in the corner. There we go. And then now I'm going to put a couple of the sides. So let's see, I'm going to say that this is, we go to equation editor. And I'm just going to say 6. I'm just going to do a basic one today. And you notice how it pops the little math in the corner? Now, this is really cool. I still have this highlighted. It's still like have the little blue outline. So if you look at the bottom, I'm going to go ahead and say edit math. I'm sorry. I'm going to, when I click on it, I can do replace math and actually change that number and then replace. There it goes. And now it changed from 6 to a 7. So I'm going to try that again. I don't have it highlighted. When I click on it, I can then say, no, I want it to be 6 instead. So put 6 and then just hit replace and it changes that for you. It does that with equations. But all you have to do is make sure you have that math highlighted. And then I'll just move this to where I want this to go. Okay. Then I want to add another side of 8 and insert math. I'm going to move this here. And then I want to insert the letter X for a variable of that side. Okay. Now, since I went through equatIO through the actual docs, all I have to do now in this little corner right here, you see this little blue icon that says insert, click it. Ain't that wonderful? That's so wonderful. So now I can size it the way that I want to. It keeps its proportions. I can come up here if I want it in center, I can make it centered. And then if I want, what is the value of X? Find the perimeter of the right triangle. There you go. And I can then take this link, I can insert it again into Google Classroom. I can share this link with the students. Make sure you make a copy so that way they can then come onto here. Okay, let's say that I'm now the student. So I want to show my teacher the work. So I can then go to math space. Okay, I know that my formula is a squared. You saw how I did, I'm gonna show that to y'all again. I know it's a squared, so I start typing a squared. And you get that squared right there, plus b squared equals c squared. Okay. Now I want to show my teacher all of my work. So from here, I'm not going to insert this. I'm actually going to hit Shift and Enter, and it takes me to the next slide. So now I'm going to insert the sides that I had. So I had 6 squared. I can also use this icon for math operators. No, that's not what I wanted. That's okay. I'm going to go this route. Ah. There we go. Plus 8 SQ for squared, pops it right in, equals C squared. Okay. Shift Enter, because now I want 36 plus 64 equals C squared. Okay. Shift Enter. I get 100, so let's try zeros instead. There we go, equals C squared. And then I know Shift Enter, 10 equals C. So then I could say insert math. Look at all that beautiful work. So I can get full. And then now I'm going to say insert. And so now my teacher can see, if I hit, now my teacher can see all of my work. I haven't finished this question, but at least she sees that I've done all my work and showed my process. That's great. The last thing that I want to show you all, and again, there's so much more out there. So make sure you go look at the resources in Texthelp and it's the CyFair ISD on-demand channel. But the last thing I want to show you all is forms, because I know the forms is one tool that us teachers like to use a lot. So I'm going to show you all how I made this exit ticket. Let me get to it real quick. I'm going to show y'all how I made this exit ticket with the graph and the where the students have to put the equation. So first you will always go to new, and then you go to forms. I'm just going to put practice here. Oh, let's try that. Okay. And I want students to, let's just stick with find the equation of the line. So okay. If you notice, you have a little, again, that wonderful blue box that says insert math. So you can click on that. equatIO would pop at the bottom. For the graph, I want to go to Graph Editor. Again, it connects you to Desmos, and I'm just going to put in -1/2 x. Let's do +2. I noticed that my graph, more my function is up in this first quadrant. So I'm going to kind of just move this graph down a little bit so the students can see more of that function. And then I'm going to hit insert graph. Now, when it comes up, it's huge. So all you have to do is just click on it and let's resize it. Make it look cute. Now we're going to put it in the center. There's your graph. Okay. Since I want the students to respond, I'm just going to make this as a short answer. And then I want to add another question. And then we're going to say, create here we go, with a slope of 0. Let's give them that one. And a y-intercept of, let's do 6. Okay, keep it short answer. And then I'm done with that creating. Okay, so this is what I want the students to see. So that when I actually put this into my Google Classroom, or again, just give them the link. In this case, yeah, there's no need for to make a copy or nothing like that because you get all the responses together. So once the students get it, they will see this. Okay, and then from there, they will click here to insert their equation. And again, they can go to equation editor, or even where they can write handwriting recognition, or the microphone speech input the equation. And then when they're ready to do their graph, they can click here. And then let's put that graph in there. So we y equals 6. Now, if you notice y equals 6, can't see it. Well, it's because my graph only goes to 4.5. So that's why you want to move it down, because if I left it like this and hit insert graph, I believe I'm thinking correctly, you only see this. Okay, so I don't want my teacher to get that. So I'm going to, okay, I'm gonna go back so you see what I hit. I did not hit the clear math. I just hit that same insert math box again. So it brings up what I had before, and now I just want to move it down. So I don't have to change anything. And then insert, and it changed. So now my teacher can see my thinking, and then she will also have my equation. That's really all I had about for y'all. Are there any questions or anything to? Okay, because that was, if anyone has any questions, I wanted to just give y'all the basics so that way you all can have a place to start with your students. I think I didn't want to overwhelm you all. So I think with the forms, the slides, and the doc, and the drawing, that was plenty of information to kind of start you off with, since this is very brand new to us. But just know that you can use it in sheets as well. I did want to show you all, since I have a little time, I will show y'all something to where, I'm gonna go back to my doc and show y'all this really cool thing. So let's say that I wanted to insert the quadratic formula, which is actually one of my favorite ones growing up in high school. But I don't want to have to deal with typing it in equation editor or having to go back and copy it from somewhere else. So what I could do is I can actually go online. And then I'm going to type in quadratic formula. I'm going to click here because all I want is the formula. Oh, look, there's the quadratic formula. And look what just kind of popped up around it. It's like a little box. So what I do is I hit capture math.
X equals the fraction with the numerator negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac and denominator 2a.
I hope you all heard that, but as soon as it captured, it kind of started saying the equation to me. So that's what this little button is.
X equals the fraction with the numerator negative.
But since you captured the math, so now I can go back to my page and I want to okay, let me make sure I got it. This is a new thing for me, so I want to make sure I got it in there. Okay, I want to capture the math.
X equals the fraction with the numerator negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4.
And then it should paste it. I did this last night. No, it usually pops up as a, oh, I'm sorry, y'all. It worked last night. When you capture, I don't know if I have too much open, but normally when you capture that math, it'll paste it here for you. Wait, I think I remember something. It pops right here. Huh, I remembered, sorry. So now I hit insert and it's there at the bottom. So what I did was I just went through from here, from the web page, I clicked the 3 dots, I hit copy math ML, and then when I went to my doc, I hit the latex editor and pasted in here and it gave me that formula. And then you hit insert and you have it there. I haven't seen a mathematical dictionary. I'm answering a question from Miss Kathleen. It says, is there a type of mathematical dictionary in the app? I haven't seen one yet, but with all the resources, I definitely want to. I know they do have this great thing here that says help and support, which I've been able to find some things in there. But as far as a dictionary, I haven't seen anything like that yet. All righty. Well, thank y'all so much. I hope you all learned at least something that will help y'all with y'all students. I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Hey, thanks, Janae, so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. Hey, I want to ask you one quick question.
Yes.
Okay. So when you make something digitally, like you were bringing things into the Google form, you have that forever, right? And that's always working for you. Can you go in and edit that? So if you want to use that next year or 2 years from now, can you do that then that way? Can you edit it?
I actually did. The first form that I showed you all, I had originally first made it with just the snippets and I still had it. And then I went through and just edited. So even with the equatIO, as long as you keep that, you should be able to go back and edit.
Awesome. Well, that's, yeah, like I know Jessica said earlier, that's a game changer. I know for a lot of math teachers, and it's just it's a great tool that people can use. So thanks so much for showing that to us.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your Saturday.
You too.
All right, everyone. Well, that is it for our EdTech Live. Thanks so much for hanging with us. I know some of you were with us all day long, and we really do appreciate it. And some of you popped in and out as you saw the presentation that you really wanted to see. And so we're really grateful for you and coming and hanging out with us. Hey, I want to just give another shout out to everyone behind the scenes that they're working hard to make sure that EdTech Live the planning of it, the presenters, all the time that they put in, and then just getting it to a point where we can, offer this to the CyFair community. And as we continue to do this, we hope that it is something that is just a big, big blessing out there, because we can do so much with this. Hey, we're going to do another one in March. So March 23rd, 2019. That seems like it's so far away, but it really isn't. We'll be doing another EdTechLive, and we'll have great presentations there too. And again, like always, you'll be able to get your professional development hours in the same manner. So if you want to put that down on your calendar, well, of course, like always, we'll be sending out reminders. And you want to make sure that you follow CyFair EdTech on Twitter, because that's where we're sending out a lot of our information, and we share out a lot of great stuff there. And you can also follow all the other instructional technology specialists and everybody in the EdTech department. We just love to share information out there with you. All right, guys, well, that is it. Like we said earlier, you will get your emails with your certificate and all those good things. Again, we really do appreciate it. We'd love for you to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also give us a thumbs up on the video. And we're going to go ahead and sign out. So enjoy the rest of your day. Again, thanks so much for hanging out. We will catch you March 23rd. Thank you.